quit the job?
Yeah, they do. They get upset because they try hard. They have mad. Like, damn, I don't want to work at this job anymore. All you do is lift boxes for like 4 or 5 hours, and you lose brain cells, and people just rage quit on a daily.
Right, people rage quit the job?
Yeah, they do. They get upset because they try hard. They have mad energy, and they just like rage quit.
Yep.
I rage quit too, actually, but it took me a year though. I worked there for a year.
Yeah, but that just means you stuck it out. That was good.
Yeah, it was hard actually.
Yeah.
What's gameplay doing? Is he stupid? I wish I could just dive him and destroy him.
Wait, Kadeem, you want to see something funny?
Yeah, it was hard actually.
Yeah.
What's gameplay doing? Is he stupid? I wish I could just dive him and destroy him.
Wait, Kadeem, you want to see something funny? Oh wait, never mind. Never mind. I have to do something.
How's ADC doing? Oh, ADC. Wait, you're 5-1 and 5-0. What the heck? You smurfing? You challenger players, you know. Wait, are they challenger or is it normal man?
No, this is a normal match.
Oh, okay. Because I remember like sometimes they be putting me up against mad challenger players. Like, why they do that? He actually trolling me. He actually trolling me. There's no way he's serious. I don't think he knows how to play the game.
Bro, maybe he's new to the game.
Yeah, probably.
Kadeem, I'm gonna be honest. I made the enemy Kane go 1-6 this game.
That's good. You remember you played a lot of games recently.
Yeah, exactly. So I do more magic damage.
Exactly. You get more and more damage the more you play.
Wait, what do you mean?
So like you develop more energy from the game, and it gives you more magic damage when you play the game by yourself.
Kadeem, I'm very confused.
Like your magic damage goes higher the more you play the game. So like, is this your 3rd or 4th game? Then you'll be like off the charts crazy.
Okay, so you're saying that the more games you play every day, the more magic damage you do.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense.
These people are probably playing like their 4th or 5th game. I think gameplay doesn't want to fight me, but he's gonna try to fight other people. He's smurfing. Dude, he literally want me. These people are probably playing like their 4th or 5th game. I think gameplay doesn't want to fight me, but he's gonna try to fight other people. He's smurfing. Dude, he literally want me knifing the whole team. I told you Lulu is actually a broken champion. I told you.
Yeah, she is. She's actually fucking insane.
Do you think break is better than normals, or you think that normals could be better?
That's hard. I think they're probably around like even.
They're even, right?
Yep.
Alright, we get boy grubs. You need help?
No, I'm good. Oh no! Wait, Kadeem, I might actually need help now.
Okay. I think he left.
Okay, we're good now. Okay, Kadeem, I'm watching you. It's on you. Okay!
Oh, I messed up. She messed me up.
Wait, can you kill the Ari?
Nah, we can't. We can't. I got a little help. I don't have armor. Tower's gonna kill me in one shot.
Yeah, gotcha.
I don't know what gameplay is doing, but like I don't think he's played the game. Shot.
Yeah, gotcha.
I don't know what gameplay is doing, but like I don't think he's played the game correctly. And you know what happened? I think everyone just like stopped playing the game as they used to. Ever since the Nazis built, because everybody got upset because they were like getting hacked.
Wait, can you explain what you mean by that?
Okay, so like for the Nazis, it was like an event where everyone was giving out star fragments and like trying to like trying to show off their good side and stuff like that, you know.
Okay.
So I think it was like giving you like Aurora, basically Aurora power. That's why that's why people's headphones used to break every time they used to get them because they used to play someone's league.
So wait, Riot used to break people's headphones?
Yeah, because they gave them Aurora magic.
so wait, they gave them Aurora magic and broke their headphones because of it.
Correct. That's it.
Okay, and did that happen to you?
It didn't happen to me, but I seen some people. I seen some people had a problem.
Kadeem, I feel bad.
You do? Why?
Because I just made this game go 1-9, and he's a new player.
Oh, I just died. Yeah, but I don't think he's new. Maybe he is a new player.
He's
1-9.
Oh no!
They don't try to get you back, man. You gotta be careful. I think we top. My bad. It doesn't matter. I'm about to get this tower because he's down there. He shouldn't have went down there and mistaken me as a player who's not gonna take his tower.
Wait, do you want me to kill him?
Now.
Kadeem, I can kill him. Dude, Kadeem, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think that gangplank is literally.
No. I think I don't know what he's doing. But anyway, I did that upset because you win the match so easily.
Yeah, probably.
But that's what happens when they fucking leave my tower for like 50 minutes.
Yep, you just fucking take that turret. You're fucking destroying that fucking that piece of shit tower.
I'm trying to see what to build.
Okay, well you got the wave clear first item. What do you want to get now?
I'm gonna help you guys get a dragon.
Okay, wait. Kadeem, I'm gonna solo kill the gangplank. Are you? Okay, well you got the wave clear first item. What do you want to get now?
I'm gonna help you guys get a dragon.
Okay, wait. Kadeem, I'm gonna solo kill the gangplank. Are you ready?
Okay. You sure?
Yeah, no, we're good.
I just died.
Wait, what happened?
I was playing 1v5 and then I don't know. I think the jungler had died.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait, I just realized we're losing this game.
He's AFK. Dude, we lost. Dude, this guy's AFK.
Who, the Yi?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, wait, Kadeem, let me show you what challenger kiting looks like. Are you ready?
Ready? Dude, how you beating them? Do you have broken mechanics or something? It's probably been ranked.
Dude, I think I'm hacking. Like, you remember how you said sometimes Riot takes, like, RAM away from people and gives it to the enemy team?
Yes.
I think they actually gave me the enemy Kane's RAM this game. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, true, because I told you that they be cheating like that.
Yep. Alright, Daddy, let's get this shit done.
And you know the funny is? It's not even lagging anymore.
Oh, no?
No, it's not lagging at all. No lag once I got into the game. I had 57 FPS, but that's not really lag. What the heck is gameplay guy? I didn't rage quit. What the fuck? Dude,
Bro.
what's going on with this game? Dude, I did they were pro players. Hold on. Dude, we have to make League of Legends better again.
Yeah, we need to make League great again, bro.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. That's the whole point of this new is he just gonna stand there? I'm gonna destroy this guy. I'm gonna get the tower and I'm gonna destroy him. He's just standing there. Is that illegal?
Wait, Kadeem, come here! There's a Kane!
No, I'm glitching. What the hell? I can't move. Okay, I'm good. Dude, why they all go on me?
Bro.
How many asses out? You can't
Bro, they
beat me,
want
right?
you, what the fuck? Wait, Kadeem, are you hacking this game?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Bro, how do you have so much CS?
A challenger, my friend.
Yeah, okay.
Riven Dex is the most broken champion in the game.
True, actually. Actually true.
I'm about to go trending force.
An enemy has been slain.
So, Bessie has got no objective? Okay, we get more.
Yeah, he's been doing fucking, he's been doing a lot this game.
That's good, because the opposite jungler is not doing nothing. So we win the match. That's easy.
Kadeem, do you know why the enemy jungler hasn't been doing anything this game?
Brian gets you destroying them, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so.
You gotta get them bad, man. They gotta say it's on purpose. I mean, if they're smart, they will surrender.
Yep, they can't win against us, bro.
If you keep destroying him too much, they're gonna say that he into the game.
Wait, do you want to report him?
No, don't report him. Don't report him.
Okay.
You're a challenger, so like, I mean, it shows that you're a challenger, right?
Yeah, I mean, do you think it shows?
I think it does, right?
Yeah, maybe.
You know the funny thing is, every time somebody tell me to go to work, I'd be like, why don't I just stream for the rest of my
Yeah, exactly. Bro, they'll never catch us being suckers with real careers.
I mean, technically it's work though. It's work.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this is like marketing times too.
Exactly, yep. Bro, I always tell everyone, I'd rather get in the head than work a real job.
Don't say that, my friend. Yeah, he went AFK like throughout the whole match. I mean, he went bottom lane for a little bit, and everyone's just trying to destroy you. What's wrong with them?
Oh my god! Fuck! God damn it!
Dude, you can't underestimate them. They can catch up.
Yeah.
They got mid tower and they got bottom tower.
No, bro, I'm gonna be honest.
It's like 14 to.
Wait, Kadeem, you can end the game. You can end the game. You can end the game. Kadeem, you can end.
Really?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Let's go, bro.
This is easy.
Nice. Keep going. Keep going. This guy won't do shit to you.
He's trying to.
Hey, he ain't doing shit to you.
I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead.
No, you're not. You're escaping. Oh my god.
There's mad people here, man.
No, you got this. You got this. Oh. Oh.
Alright, it's fine. We got one of the towers. We have both of the towers. What the hell?
Yep, we're fucking smurfing right
All
now.
we have to do is hit the Nazis.
Bro, what if Riot spawns Aurora and it breaks our headsets?
Don't say that. I mean, I don't know what this new magic is. What is this new magic? Spirit blossoms?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I feel like once they stop hacking, everyone's gonna come back to the game.
An enemy has been slain.
Bro, I'm gonna be honest.
You just hit the Nazis. You need to go out the towers.
Bro, Kadeem, I'm gonna be honest. I'm smurfing on the fucking on the Lulu right now.
Yeah, I told you Lulu's actually one of the most broken champions in the game.
Yep, that's true.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh, it's over. It's over.
Alright, Kadima, I'm gonna be honest. I didn't realize how fucking insane at the game you actually were.
Yeah, but you're good at the game too. You was like 1v5 and those.
Nah, I'm gonna be honest. I played like okay that game.
Yeah, we got a lot of kills. That didn't matter.
Yep. Alright, Kadeem, we'll run it back in the game you actually were.
Yeah, but you're good at the game too. You was like 1v5 and those.
Nah, I'm gonna be honest. I played like okay that game.
Yeah, we got a lot of kills. That didn't matter.
Yep. Alright, Kadeem, we'll run it back another time, okay?
Got to.
Alright, I'll see you, buddy. Thanks again.
All right, take care.
Alright, peace. Guys, should we do it again? Should we do that again someday? Yes. I just want to see the Dantes Kadeem duo again.
It was October 2nd.
The Switch 2 is the last straw.
So the Switch 2 is out, and honestly, I wish I could say I was excited.
Wow.
I really, really wanted to be excited. Like many 90s babies, I grew up on Nintendo.
Yes.
They were my very first gaming love.
That's
Not
right.
just the games, but the feeling
I
of
had
them.
that one.
The wonder, the warmth, the way they pulled you into a world.
I had this one, 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 and I did not have... Oh, I had this one, and I had this one. Yep. Things were good. It was a good time.
And made it feel like home. Ocarina of Time was the
Yep.
one that really awoke something in me. That opening in Kokiri Forest with the Deku Tree, riding Epona across Hyrule Field, it all felt so...
Rich kid? No, you don't understand. My mom just did not, like, she would spend money. Like, we would have $20 left. She would be in debt by $80,000. And she'd be like, you want Taco Bell? Like, yeah. She just did not give a fuck.
massive, like a real
That was
world
it.
was tucked inside a little cartridge. And then Majora's Mask
Yeah.
came along, and my little self had never felt such anxiety. That eerie moon, the ticking clock, the emotional side quests that
Yeah.
made you care so much in so little time. It was the very first game that made me feel something beyond just fun. It
Yeah.
was sad, confusing, kind of strange at times.
I could never finish. I didn't like the timeline and the time thing in Ocarina or in Majora's Mask. I liked Ocarina of Time way more, even though I think that the aesthetic of Majora's Mask is way more badass.
And very deep. It wasn't
Just
just
my
Zelda.
opinion.
I was obsessed with Super Mario 64,
I had
running
this one.
wild through Peach's castle,
Yeah.
jumping into paintings, discovering
surprise.
every secret
Everybody had
star.
this
That
one.
game felt like true freedom. And then there were classics like Kirby's Dream Land, Yoshi's Story.
I remember I had this one. Yoshi's Story was such a piece of shit compared to Yoshi's Island. Yoshi's Island is still the GOAT undefeated best Yoshi game, and nothing else even comes close.
Donkey Kong 64, Star
Yep.
Fox, Metroid Prime.
Bro, I actually forgot all about this. So I was talking to my internet guy, and he's like, so yeah, you do streaming. So like, what games do you play? And I was like talking to him about like what games I played. And he's like, yeah, man, I've been trying to get my Nintendo 64 to work so I can play Donkey Kong 64. And then we get to talking, and I find out that this guy has played Monster Hunter so much that he has like Hunter rank 400, and he beat Art Tempered Ray Dow in like 7 or like 10 minutes or something like that. Yeah, bro, he's just out of fucking nowhere.
Kong
just
64,
reminded me
Star
seeing
Fox, Metroid Prime,
I had all
all
those.
completely different and
Yep.
wonderful in their own way. And every one of them had a vibe, a soul, that
Hey, right,
Nintendo
yeah.
spark that made it feel like you weren't just playing, you were being let in on something very special.
It was a
And
good
then
game.
my parents bought me the original
I love
DS.
how you know exactly where this game is going, or sorry, where this video is going, because she's playing Pal World in the background. Everybody knows exactly where the video is going.
Yes, and just like that, the whole thing was cracked wide open for me. That's how I found Animal Crossing Wild World, and I
had the
was
first Animal
hooked. I
Crossing.
spent hours in that little village, rearranging furniture, writing
Yep.
letters, fishing for red snappers, and visiting my best friend's town during our weekly sleepovers. Even now, just hearing the soundtrack makes me very emotional.
I guess that's what girls did. For us, it was called Halo 2 on Xbox Live and calling each other gamer words, but, you know, to each their own.
Takes me right back to those quiet, cozy afternoons
different.
after school, all curled up with that clunky silver DS
Good
with
time listening
nowhere
to
else that I needed to
Nirvana.
be. Truly the epitome of
AC/DC,
nostalgia. I
Van
didn't know
Halen.
it then, but those games were
Linkin
helping to
Park.
shape how I saw everything. Stories, characters, even myself. And for a while, it really felt like Nintendo understood how to make something that mattered. And it
Mm-hmm.
didn't stop there. I basically owned every major Nintendo console, starting with
still
the
do.
N64, GameCube, Wii,
Yep.
DS, 3DS,
I have that.
even the Wii U, which, in my humble opinion, was ahead of its time, by the way. But
it
I
was
owned
massively ahead of its time, absolutely fucking based. Iwata took a personal pay cut whenever this console didn't sell well, and it was not even his fault. It was the marketing team's fault, not even his. The Wii U was absolutely amazing. I bought it because I watched Tri-X play Super Mario Maker. And the moment that I saw that, I realized that I needed to. I bought an entire console just to play that one game.
all of them. And when the Switch was announced with Breath of the Wild, I was beyond excited. Like, very cringely crying at the announcement trailer excited. As a Zelda fan, it was everything I'd ever wanted in a game, and to this day, it is still one of my favorites. That launch brought back so
See, we're gonna play that soon. I'm gonna try that. I bought both Zeldas and I bought Mario Kart.
much of the old magic, which is probably why I held on for so long and I even wanted to work for them. Like, genuinely. I
My
applied to
dad
corporate
works at
Nintendo PR
Nintendo.
jobs probably 15 to 20 times. I'm not even exaggerating. Back in 2019, I was pursuing PR, and when I got the opportunity to go to E3 that year, the very last E3,
last
by the way,
one.
I actually
COVID
spoke with the
killed it.
Nintendo PR team in person. It was magical. The Nintendo section of the event was so overwhelming and electric, and I remember thinking, this is it. This is what I want. and This is what I want to be a part of. So
Yep.
please hear me out. What we are about to discuss isn't coming from someone who's out to bash Nintendo. This is coming from someone who genuinely, wholeheartedly, even at times very cringely, loved Nintendo and their games and really believed in what I thought they stood for. But Over time, I've started to realize that maybe Nintendo isn't the company I thought they were. What
Shit.
I've seen over the last few
Shit.
years is that my nostalgia goggles have been working overtime, and they've kept me from really seeing the true nature of a company that I once held so dear to my heart. So, let's dive in, and let's start
Hey,
with
can you play Power World on the Nintendo Switch? No? Huh.
the release of the Switch 2. It's officially out now, and sales are booming. Records
Yeah.
are being broken, and over 3 million units were sold worldwide on release day.
Tears
People
of the
are also
Kingdom?
loving
No,
Mario
yeah, I
Kart World,
wanna see
and
it.
I'm genuinely very happy for them. Yes,
That's
the
nice.
game looks like a lot of fun. I just wish I felt something, because more than anything, I just feel tired. At $450 or $500 if you get it bundled with Mario Kart World, this doesn't feel like a celebration of the next chapter. It feels like Nintendo seeing how far they can stretch our loyalty, how much they can charge us for something that isn't even new, just a little bit newer. And listen, I'm not here to crap on Mario Kart. I actually really like Mario Kart. I do. It's one of those comfort games that's always been there, and it's
I don't. Mario Kart cannibalized F-Zero, and F-Zero was better in every single way. Mario Kart's for kids.
attached
Stupid.
to so many fond memories of playing with friends
That's
and
just-
family.
that's
But
the
even
truth.
though it looks fun,
Everybody
when
knows it.
that's the flagship title for a brand new console launch, I don't know. I personally just couldn't get behind the hype.
Doesn't
it
matter that much,
feels
yeah.
kind of boring, safe, predictable. Nintendo isn't asking, hey, what's possible here? They're asking, what can we get away with? Because $80 for Mario Kart World,
That's big money,
not
man.
just a new number. It's a shift in how this industry treats its players.
Yep.
And what surprises me, even though it shouldn't at this point, is that it's Nintendo, of all companies, ushering in this new pricing standard. This wasn't them reluctantly following
Nintendo had $60 games on Super Nintendo. Nintendo's been the thing is, Nintendo is like it's like your grandma that bakes you cookies, and she's really nice to you and she cares about everything that you care about, but she's also racist. Like, that's it. That's Nintendo. Is that they have a lot of really good things, but there's a few of them that are not so great.
a trend that I know was inevitable, but this was them leading the
She has
charge.
a black cat and it's named
Setting a precedent, establishing $80 as the new normal, and not with some expansive, genre-pushing new experience, but with an exact game formula that we've literally seen 16 times at this point. And it makes you ask, why? Because meanwhile, I'm looking at games like Helldivers 2, Hi-Fi Rush, Lies of P, Remnant 2, Clair
That was a good
Obscure,
one.
Baldur's Gate 3, and so many more. Games that have real creative vision, some with massive campaigns,
Yeah.
even some with fleshed out co-op systems, launching at or below $60. And many of these games are taking risks and really pushing boundaries, and somehow they're still finding a way to be more accessible. So when Nintendo drops a new console and leads with yet another Mario Kart at a higher price than ever before, it doesn't feel like they're honoring their legacy. It feels like
it feels like they're cashing in, bro. Like, it does. It absolutely does. Like, I love Nintendo too. Like, I mean, I could tell the same stories that she did, like 100%. But the reality is that it's weird. It's very weird. $80 for Mario Kart.
they're monetizing it. Like they're using it against us. Actually
Feels
kind
like
of
a
feels like
non-issue.
a slap in the face. That stings.
I think it's easy to say it's a non-issue if, like, it's easy to say it's a non-issue if, like, money isn't an issue for you, or if you feel like the games are good. But the fact is that, like, if you compare a lot of like the Switch 2, its release titles with the Switch 1's release titles, or like I go back to, you know, like the GameCube, its release titles, or like, you know, Pikmin and Luigi's Mansion. Like, the fact is that it's just it's a pretty weak release, all things considered. Little remakes being $60, $80, yeah, that's crazy.
Pretty badly. And yes, to be fair, the Switch 2 is a technical upgrade. 4K visuals, better battery, smoother performance,
From the
more
Switch 1.
storage. It's all technically better on paper, but
Yes.
it doesn't feel like a new era. It seems like a slightly fancier version of something that we already had. And for me personally,
Yeah, it's
this
like the Wii U.
realization of who Nintendo is not like a sudden moment of awakening. I've quietly been stepping back from them for a while now. And not because I stopped
I think that the Nintendo Switch 2 is probably their least innovative console they've ever made. The Super Nintendo was at the time the cutting edge for graphics. The Nintendo 64, in its name, was the fact that it was a 64-bit system, the only one on the market. Then you had the GameCube, which was more experimental, but they did take a few risks, and the games were cheaper than the Xbox and PlayStation alternatives in a lot of cases. And they tried those smaller discs. I would say the GameCube was not great. But then you had the Wii, which was, in my opinion, the most generationally successful console of all time. Maybe, I mean, you could say, like, for outside of gamers, it was the most successful console. Inside of gamers, it was the second most successful console, with the first one being PlayStation 2, in my opinion. And then you go and you look at the Wii U, which was a completely portable console. Insane fucking innovation. The Switch, which was the taking the Wii U and then perfecting it to be a perfect version of itself. And the Switch 2 is just simply the same thing. It's basically a copy-paste. Do you see what I'm saying? Like OG Game Boy trendsetter? Yeah, I don't really feel like the Switch 2 really brings a lot to the table that wasn't already there.
Stopped loving their games.
Glazing Nintendo? Well, no, it's the opposite. I'm contextualizing Nintendo's previous W's over the past 30 years and comparing it to their current, you know, maybe lowercase l. I mean, the Switch 2 isn't awful, right? It's not a bad console, but it's just not something that's innovative in a way that's unique. And also, when you have places like Steam, or you have places like, Xbox now that are making their own portable consoles, the portable console selling point no longer exists.
Because I started seeing the patterns, the choices, and the shifts. And at this point, it's pretty clear that this Switch 2 release is not just about a new price tag or a genuine attempt at launching something new. It's just another step in the same pattern that's been repeating for years. Back in the day, this used to be the company that took risks, that made
That was my fucking game right there. Oh my god.
Magic, that redefined entire genres and invited us into something truly special. But now, kind of just seems like they're relying on the
I have this one. I think I might have this one too, actually. But I know I have this one.
fact that will show up no matter what, even though they are so often very anti-consumer. It's because they know our nostalgia runs incredibly deep, and the more I've seen it, the harder it has been to unsee. Nintendo...
I think it's not even nostalgia. I think Nintendo is so, like... I think the big problem is that Nintendo is a Japanese company, and a lot of Japanese cultural norms, like, for example, like not giving away games at all, are like, I mean, because this is something like, for example, like, you know, like the Wii, I think it was like the Switch, like Wii Fit or something like that came for free with the Wii, or like maybe the Switch. Reggie was the one that apparently had convinced them of doing that. And so the big problem is that now Wii Sports, yeah, exactly. And they were like, well, why should we give this away for free? Well, there's an investment to that. And Reggie pushed that, he did. And so, like, again, I think this is there's a big cultural clash, too, between the way that Western players see Nintendo and see the way that Nintendo does business and Japanese players do. And that lack of localization or local communication is a huge issue. Sony has overcome that, but Nintendo, I think, hasn't, which is a good and a bad thing. But this is the bad part of it.
I can only describe as weaponized nostalgia. They've turned our childhood memories into a soulless business model. And the part that really hurts is that it works. It worked on me for so long.
Yeah,
I've been the Nintendo fangirl who's bought the remakes, re-releases, and updated ports, even though I knew deep down that what they were offering was not anything new. And
yeah, that's fine. You can be a shit eater. You just have to know that what you're eating isn't chocolate. That's fine. Just never convince yourself it's chocolate.
Looking back on it, I don't know. I guess it was because I didn't feel like I was buying a game. It felt like I was buying a memory. And Nintendo knows that. They know that we remember how it felt to blast through Alien Worlds and Metroid Prime, or how it felt to spend hours raising your perfect Nintendog like it was your actual...
Jesus, what a piece of shit.
actual childhood pet. They know we feel these titles in a way that goes beyond gameplay. And they have perfected the art of re-releasing titles, sometimes only mildly updated at full price, locking legacy content behind paywalls and subscriptions, and offering nostalgia not as a gift, but as a heartless transaction. And just a quick side note that I found out while I was writing out the video. Do you want to talk about heartless? Because I just found out that Nintendo actually replaced the voice actress for Princess Peach after 18 years. And they didn't even tell her. She found out with the rest of the world when the new Mario Kart game came out. Like, that's actually insane. But anyway.
Jesus. Why? What the fuck happened?
To get back on track,
oh my God.
There's always been a huge difference between celebrating fan love and exploiting it. And for me, it seems like Nintendo has lived long enough to finally see themselves become the villain. So moving on from the Switch to release, at some point, I started looking at how Nintendo treats the people who love their games. And what I found honestly broke my heart a little bit, because Nintendo doesn't just protect its legacy, they police it. Let's start with content creators. This is nothing new. For many years now, Nintendo has been going after them. Streamers, YouTubers, musicians.
Nintendo used to have, and she's new to YouTube, so she might not remember this, but maybe she does. Nintendo used to have a special creator program, and they would take part of your revenue if you make YouTube videos about Nintendo games, and you had to be enrolled in a separate Nintendo creator program, and they only rolled that back maybe like 8 years ago or 7 years ago. Yeah, I couldn't put videos on YouTube. Yeah, I'm telling you, like, it was crazy.
For doing what?
So they're doing really well now.
Honestly, most other gaming companies celebrate, sharing their love for the brand and its IP. Somehow, I managed to kind of turn a blind eye to most of this until the Point Crow situation. He was a YouTuber who turned a blind eye.
I received copyright takedown on my account, suspended 48 hours, streaming Age of Calamity despite being out in Australia, Japan. I don't think this is really a big deal, personally. Sometimes there's just mistakes that happen, and like people get access to a game early, and it's a mistake with the publisher or a mistake with the advertising agency. This isn't really that big of a deal, and it's happened with a lot of games in the past. Yeah, this happens. But
most of this until the Point Crow situation. He was a YouTuber who was making these really incredible Breath of the Wild mod videos. Fun, creative, and totally original. And then one day, Nintendo claimed and struck 27 videos. No warning, no conversation, just straight up attacked. And it wasn't just his Breath of the Wild mods, it was any content that featured them, including other creators who had collaborated with him. It all got wiped out like a purge. And it made me pause because these weren't leaks and they weren't made to be malicious. I think
this is ridiculous. The idea that they can copyright strike you for modding their game. I think after you mod a game, after you buy a game, you should have the right to mod the game if it's a single player game. With basically no restrictions. Unless you're reselling it, that's your property now. And I think that there needs to be a certain level of consumer protection that exists in order to ensure that that's the case. That's nuts? No, it is. It's totally unfair. Don't agree at all? No, I think that whenever you spend money, if you are spending money for something, you should get something out of the money that you're spending. The reality is that when you take that away from somebody and you say that it doesn't matter whether you're spending money, you're still going to have to follow all of these arbitrary rules that don't make any sense, even after you bought this, there's no reason that we as the public have to put up with this. A lot of consumer protection laws exist right now for unfriendly business practices that companies like this do that serve no purpose other than to inconvenience the consumer and to control the experience beyond what was paid for. The fact is that I think we as consumers get to decide if enough people in America, keep this in mind, if enough people in America and enough people in Europe decide that it's against the law to be able to do this, then it's against the law to be able to do it. There is no reason why we should tolerate this type of behavior. It's outrageous. When you purchase something and you spend your money on it, you're entitled to be able to use that product and that tool for what you decided to pay it with, what you decided to do it with. That's it. So if you're buying a car, somebody else offers you a chip so it only uses 1% gas, 3 speed. Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, it's a car. It's right to repair. Yeah. Asia, though, different ballgame. I don't care what Asia does. Asia can have whatever rules they want. Just because it's an Asian company doesn't mean that they get to enforce Asian laws here in America. That's not how it works. The fact is that this is America, and I think that there should be consumer protections for mods. And if you buy a video game and it's not a multiplayer online video game, you should be able to mod it and do whatever you want with that game. And the publisher and the developer shouldn't be able to do a fucking thing to you because you bought that game and that's your right to do with what you paid your money for. It's outrageous. It's an outrageous overstepping of boundaries. And I don't know why anybody tolerates it at all. Does Nintendo sell a game or a license? They sell a license. They all sell a license. But just because you sell a license doesn't mean you just get to rewrite all of the rules based on that. There are plenty of consumer protections that exist, and also the nature of what a license is defined by the government. So if I ask the government to redefine what a license is, I think that's totally fair, because government are the ones that decided what it was to begin with. There's too many rules? Exactly. Yeah, it's too many rules. You shouldn't have that. You should be able to do whatever you want. They do it with physical copies. I disagree about single-player only modding. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know why. I mean, you disagree. Okay, what does that mean? Like, I don't even know why somebody would type that. A major reason this doesn't work for Nintendo is selling a console is near a net loss. It's not in their interest for you to buy a console and no games because you're playing freeware. I'm not talking about anybody... I'm not talking about modding and, like, stealing games. Obviously, pirating games is bad. But the difference is that if you purchase a video game, I think that you should have the right to mod that game with no restrictions. Unless it's a multiplayer online game that interacts with other people, because at that point, you are using Nintendo's servers.
Was just fan content that was made out of love, and Nintendo really cracked down on it like it was a threat. And this was not an isolated case. One that has really stuck with me was Gilvasunner. And if you didn't know, Gilvasunner's channel used to be one of the only places online where you could find full Nintendo soundtracks. For years, Nintendo basically had these locked up very tight unless you were able to purchase a physical CD from Nintendo themselves. They weren't on Spotify, Apple Music, Nintendo's YouTube channel, no official platform to listen to any of it. And Gilva wasn't even trying to profit from this. There were no ads or monetization, just the original music uploaded for fans who wanted to relive the moments those songs came from. It was really a gift to the community. And then it was gone. Nintendo initially sent over 1,300 takedown notices, and after that, it was followed by another 2,200. The entire channel was essentially wiped out, and Gilva closed up shop. And I know this might sound a little bit dramatic, but that was kind of a big turning point for me when it came to how I viewed them. Just a little side note / confession, but as a former Disney adult who has learned the error of her ways, I feel pretty qualified to say this.
Jesus.
Nintendo really is the Disney of gaming. They're wholesome on the surface, very full of magic and memories, but underneath, there's a very quiet,
it's a corporate
malicious control. And both companies know how to tug at your childhood heartstrings while handing out copyright strikes and ulterior motives on the side. At the time I was watching this unfold, the more I sat with what happened to Gilvasunner, the more it made me wonder, why is Nintendo's music so locked away to begin with? These soundtracks have some of the most iconic songs in gaming. They were emotional, timeless, and they were very deeply personal for so many of us. And like I said earlier, Animal Crossing Wild World was my comfort game. And yet, at the time, there was basically no way for me to go listen to it legally. It felt like Nintendo had locked away their history in a vault, and they just would not let anyone open it up. And
that's what's so weird to me about this, is that I don't even really think that this serves Nintendo's goals. It doesn't really help Nintendo. It doesn't do anything in Nintendo's favor. It just basically handicaps them, and it makes it more restrictive for no reason.
There, I started noticing so many other examples. Fan games getting shut down, community passion projects being wiped out, and listen, I get it, IP protection is legally within their right, but it all just felt like they were going out of their way to crack down on this, acting very aggressive.
By the way, I don't think that it is. I think that if you mod a video game, you should be able to do that. That's not within their right. You bought the game, you should do whatever you want with it.
Cold and even heartless, especially when you look around at many other companies, Sega, Capcom, Xbox, PlayStation, even some indie studios, and you see them amplifying creators, lifting them up.
It's abuse of IP. IP is it's a concept. It's an abstract concept that's defined by people and governments. I'm just saying to redefine the concept. I don't like the way the concept is currently identified and defined. I think that it's unfair. And so I think they should redefine it. It's very simple.
letting the fans be a part of the legacy. But Nintendo doesn't really do that. They continue.
Also, so another reason why, I just want to follow that up a little bit more. The reason why I'm okay with that is because people are doing this without malicious intent. These are not people that are doing this in order to hurt the game. They're not trying to subvert spending money on the game. They're not trying to steal a product. They're just simply trying to enjoy the game in a different way. And so when I look at should something be allowed or not, I think about, is the person that's asking for it to be allowed acting in good faith? And I think in terms of Nintendo, most of the people that are trying to ask for a little bit more, control here are acting in good faith.
To pull the
they're
plug
not bad
again
actors.
and again. And over time, I started wondering if maybe I had just been giving them the benefit of the doubt simply because I grew up loving them. So at this point, after the Gilfasunner takedown, I had already started to feel uneasy. The creator takedowns, the fan projects, the legacy content, it was all feeling a lot more controlling than caring. But the moment that truly stopped me in my tracks was when I heard the story of Gary Bowser. And I'll be honest with you, I didn't even know about any of this until...
How is it that there's two people with the last name Bowser? I've never heard anybody else with the last name of Bowser. And there's, I think, Gary Bowser and Doug Bowser that are both involved with Nintendo. It's like, this is the kind of shit that makes me believe that we're living in a simulation.
I listened to an episode of Darknet Diaries, which, by the way, Jack does an incredible job explaining all of this. I'll link it in the description for you. Now, I obviously knew at this point Nintendo could be very protective of their IP, but this was on a whole other level. Gary was a part of a group called Team Executor, and what they did was build and sell mod chips, little pieces of hardware that you could install in your Nintendo consoles to run homebrew apps, custom firmware, and yes, pirated games. But people also use those mods for stuff that wasn't necessarily piracy. They used it to run backups of games they already owned.
I have no problem with them shutting down piracy stuff. I don't. And I have no issue with that at all. I think that a company should be able to do whatever they want to shut down piracy, because it's stealing and it's again, malicious intent.
Or just experiment with the system
But
for their
obviously, obviously they went way farther than that, which is why it's bad. But I'm just saying, at a baseline, piracy is not something that I think that any company should have to tolerate. It's stealing. Buying is not owning. Yes, and piracy is not stealing. It's piracy. It's a different term. This Reddit take that you have is just retarded. It's a retarded, haha, gotcha, without thinking about it word. You change, man? No, I've said this for forever. I've always been against piracy. I've always been against... Actually, I'm not even against piracy. Like, I've pirated things. But what I am against is the idea that companies shouldn't be able to protect themselves from piracy, because I think that that's malicious.
Use things that were really never going to be available through Nintendo directly. Gary essentially became the fall guy for the entire organization, and Nintendo came down on him in a way that was very extreme. In 2020, Gary was arrested at gunpoint in the Dominican Republic and extradited to the US. By 2022,
didn't Nintendo literally use the Pinkertons? Let me see if I can figure this out. No, it was Wizards of the Coast. Okay, never mind. All right, yeah, okay.
He'd been sentenced to 3 years in prison and ordered to pay $14.5 million in damages, $4.5 million in restitution, and then another $10 million from a civil suit. And after he got out early, he still owed all of it. And he started paying Nintendo back 25 to 30% of his monthly income, which at one point was just $25 a month from his prison library job. He'll basically be paying them for the rest of his life. When I heard that, my stomach dropped. I genuinely felt heartbroken for him. Yes, what he and the rest of the team were doing was illegal, and they did profit off of it, but Gary was just one man. And are we really saying the punishment fits the crime here? Because whatever legal lines were crossed, this felt less like justice and more like hatred and wrath. And not just for what he did, but for daring to even touch Nintendo's closed system. And the part that really got me with this is Nintendo tried to get Sony and Microsoft to back them up here, to join the lawsuit and make it a united front against piracy. Both companies said no. Both Sony and Xbox, billion-dollar publishers in their own right, refused to be a part of it. Even they seemed to think that it was too far. And again, I am not here to outright defend piracy, really. There's a whole conversation to be had about access, preservation, and ethics.
I think that it's very simple. If you can buy the product from the developer, then piracy is not ethical. If you can't buy the product from the developer, then piracy is ethical. So, for example, if there's a video game that isn't offered by a publisher, then it's completely okay for you to pirate it or to, to emulate it. But if you are using piracy as a market replacement for actually buying a game, then you are acting in bad faith.
But this felt incredibly cruel and
advice?
predatory.
Yes, it
Nintendo did not just want to stop Gary from what he was doing, they wanted to make him an example. And for me, this was the defining moment when I knew Nintendo was no longer the company that I had loved for decades. And if you thought Gary Bowser's case was just a one-off or a legal overreach in a rare situation, it wasn't. Because not long after that, Nintendo set its sights on something much bigger and arguably much more telling. You might have already guessed it, but I'm talking about Palworld. You probably remember when it blew up. A very weird...
Bro, this is so embarrassing.
Chaotic blend of Pokemon-style creature collecting and open-world survival mechanics. It was very messy, it was wild, but it was so much fun. People were very obsessed, myself included, and yes, come on, it clearly was inspired by Pokemon. That's not a secret.
Everybody knows that. If you think Palworld wasn't inspired by Pokemon and copy-pasted from Pokemon, look at Anubis and Lucario. Bro, like, look at Lugia and Jet Dragon. Like, come on, what are we talking about?
You could throw a spear, you could collect little pals, you ride them, you battle them. It was Pokemon adjacent,
yes, one-to-one.
But here's the thing.
Blatant.
It wasn't a copy. The characters were different.
Some
the
of
art
them were.
direction,
That's
tone, many mechanics were different. It took a very familiar genre and gave it a bold, slightly unhinged twist. And for the first time in years, fans were saying, why doesn't Nintendo try stuff like this? Instead of...
And it's also, keep in mind that there is no, like, there's no unique creativity that Nintendo put into Pokemon either. If you look at Dragon Quest that predates Pokemon, a lot of things in Pokemon were also in Dragon Quest. So it's not like, oh wow, they came up with all these unique, amazing things and like nobody ever thought of this. But obviously, like, you know, Pokemon copied Dragon Quest, Palworld copied Pokemon. Both of these things are true.
Taking that feedback in stride. Instead of rising to the challenge, listening, learning, evolving, Nintendo did what they've been doing for a while now.
Yes.
They sued. Together with the Pokemon Company, they filed a patent infringement lawsuit against the Palworld dev team. Not over character design, surprisingly, not even over branding, but over mechanics. Things like throwing a Pal Spear to catch creatures, using them in combat, riding them across the world. And because of all of this, the Palworld team had to actually go in and change all of those features. They stripped out mechanics that players loved.
You now can no longer throw your... Remember how in Palworld you would throw your ball at what you wanted the Pal to attack? And then it would automatically start on aggressive? They got rid of that feature. You can't do that anymore.
Not because they were unethical, but because they simply couldn't defend themselves against a legal juggernaut. And just like with the Gary Bowser case, Nintendo tried to bring...
Nintendo has never lost a legal case that they have initiated.
Their companies into the fight. Sony and
Japanese
Microsoft
court,
were purportedly approached to back them
keep in mind,
again.
Palworld is made by Pocket Pair, and Pocket Pair or whatever owns them is a Japanese company.
Here, and again, they declined. They did not want to be a part of it. And all of this says
they
a
literally
lot,
got them by the balls.
This could have been a
No,
big
yes,
moment
you're right.
for Nintendo. A wake-up call, an opportunity for them to ask, what is it that people are responding to? Why are they so excited about this? What can we learn from this? But instead of innovation, they chose...
Well, I think that there's probably, like, what I believe, this is my personal belief, is that I bet there were so many guys that worked on the marketing department or the development team or on the Pokemon team at Nintendo that the moment that Palworld came out and saw so much success, they were probably saying, bro, see, I told you they'd buy this. I told you they wanted this. Why didn't you guys listen to me? I guarantee you they were saying, see, I knew this was what they wanted. Why didn't they do this? And so, yeah, I told you, like, yeah, I think internally, Nintendo probably did pick Pal World and respect it. But obviously, they're not going to do that legally.
Litigation. And to me, it was not a stand for creativity or IP protection. The Pokemon formula has been around for literally 30 years. We all know what it is and where it
Everybody
comes
knows
from.
it.
And Pal World was not going to change that. No. This was Nintendo being a bully and swinging at anything that threatened the comfort of their complacency. They had an opportunity to grow, to evolve, to take
Super
advantage of
Mario's-
someone
No, I
already
haven't.
laying the groundwork for them, but instead, they chose violence. And after everything, the creator takedowns, the lawsuits, the silencing of innovation, you think
Yep.
maybe Nintendo would at least try to get one thing right. Their
Nope.
legacy. I remember when Nintendo Online was first announced. It sounded like such a win, a way to legally revisit classic titles, play old favorites, dive back into the library that built up this brand. And at first, I was so hopeful. But the reality has been frustrating at best. Games get added randomly. Some months it's not much. Other months it's one obscure NES title no one
There's
really...
just too many subscription services nowadays. It's just, people are getting eaten alive. Like most people, I bet, probably have half a dozen subscriptions to things that are non-essential. Like besides like your phone payment, there's so many of these now. It's nuts. Boiling Frog, yeah, it's like they're just taking little bites out of you, little things. Nintendo loses legal battle against a supermarket named Super Mario. Fuck them. That's what they get.
asked for. Entire consoles like
Little things. Nintendo loses legal battle against a supermarket named Super Mario. Fuck them. That's what they get.
asked for. Entire consoles like Game Boy Advance or N64 still feel incomplete, and sometimes titles will just disappear
Yeah.
without warning or explanation. They're just gone. And now, with the launch of the Switch 2, I thought maybe they would just try to clean things up a bit. GameCube has finally joined the retro lineup, which is very awesome. But they
Wow.
only added 3 games at launch. Wind Waker,
What? That's it? I mean, I had all 3 of these games, but still.
Soul Calibur 2, and F-Zero GX.
Oh my
Like,
god.
yeah, that's a cool trio, I guess, but it's
Yeah.
also pretty bare bones for a console with so many legendary titles. And yeah, I know more are coming, but why launch with so few? Why not take the easy win here and give your fans what they've been begging you for years? Beyond the catalog, the performance isn't always there either. Sometimes there's lag, some games have awkward control schemes, others don't support cloud saves. It
Yep.
doesn't really feel like a premium service. It feels like something Nintendo begrudgingly maintains, and definitely not something that they can be proud of. The thing is I've always wanted to support something like this. I actually am very happy to pay to play these games legally.
See, there's a thing that people might not remember about Nintendo, is that back in the day, you used to be able to call the Nintendo hotline, and it didn't matter if you had an issue with Super Ghosts and Ghouls, Super Mario, your power converter, or anything. Nintendo would sit down with you and figure it out with you, and they would solve your fucking problem. You could call in the year 2008, and you could say, my Super Nintendo isn't turning on. And they would say, okay, sir, let me reassign you. And then there would be some fucking guy, some wizard, that would sit down with you and help you fix your super fucking Nintendo. Not the same company? Hey. But remember that? Yeah, that's right.
I want
Tech
to
Wizard?
revisit
Yes.
the titles that shaped me in a clean, easy way.
Oh, yes, they had the video. I forgot all about the video, yes.
But Nintendo has made it so hard. It's like they're sitting on this treasure
Damn, that
trove
was a
of
long time
nostalgia, this very beautiful, powerful legacy, and instead of sharing
They don't
it
use
or
it.
celebrating it with us, they keep it to themselves and withhold it. They kind of hold it over us like drugs, honestly, banking on the fact that we'll continue to play the part of the willing addicts who will be so happy for even the tiniest drop. It really is.
I don't understand Nintendo's strategy in general, because I think that they sabotage themselves. Like, for example, why can't you make a version of Armored Core that is called Star Fox? Why not? That would be really cool. Why have you discontinued so many super successful franchises? Why is every Pokemon game bad? Why is this? And it is honestly like just a quality. It's a quality question that I have. Like and Nintendo can apologize for this very easily. All they need to do is they need to commission or pay From Software to make the next Legend of Zelda. That's all they need to do. And say, look at Link to the Past and do this. That's all. Apology will be completely accepted. All of these DMCAs, totally understandable. This shit happens, right? That's all they need to do. Look at that and Twilight Princess.
Heartbreaking, but at this point,
Possibly
I'm
the
not
greatest
even
game
really
ever.
mad
It
about
will
it.
be.
I'm just tired and maybe still a little bit sad. Now, again, to be clear, this video is not meant to shame anybody. If you bought the Switch 2 or you're
I did.
part of Nintendo Online and you're loving it, I think that's great. Truly. I am not here to steal joy away from
bought
anyone.
3
This
games on it,
video
too.
really is just to talk about how
Yep.
I can't ignore how much my own relationship with Nintendo has changed over the years. And I don't love them anymore. Not the company, not like I used to. And that's difficult to say out loud because I grew up on these games. I spent summers chasing stars in Mario 64, winters decorating my Animal Crossing home, racing my siblings in Mario Kart, riding Epona across Hyrule Field like it was the most magical thing in the world. And for me, these were not just games. They were a part of my childhood. And that's why all of this hurts so much, because the company that once led with a full heart and love for gaming feels like it's running on autopilot, giving us the
They just suck. Like, I mean, the games suck. Like, they make some good games, but like a lot of them are, I think, kind of mediocre. They should be way better than they are.
absolute bare minimum. Comfortable, safe, lazy, greedy. We're getting
Mediocre.
less and paying more. And look, the industry as a whole is a bit of a mess right now, but it's still fair for us to ask for better, to feel valued
Absolutely.
as customers,
Yes,
to want
true.
these companies to care. And for a long time, I really believed that Nintendo did, that they were different, that they stood for something. But now
I'm not
it's
like those other
hard to see
companies.
how that could still be true. I always joke that my relationship with Nintendo is super toxic because even after all of this, even after how I've seen how they treat their consumers and fans, part of me still hopes that they'll change because
To me, I believe that I have totally transcended this toxic relationship that I have with video games and with video game companies. And I did it with WoW. I used to hope so much. I used to get mad. I would get mad reading patch notes in WoW. Now it's just like, oh, you guys did something stupid? Well, that's too bad. I'm going to go do something else. And like, that's the way I feel now, is that when I see something like even Night Rain, like I wasn't particularly, I didn't like the way Night Rain was. Like there were some good things about it, but it just really wasn't for me. And I didn't get mad at From Software. I'm like, oh, okay, this one's not really for me. I'll hopefully play the next one and it'll be good. And I've totally disconnected from any degree, and I've tried to, any degree of brand loyalty. Like, if the last game was good, then I hope this game's going to be good. If it's not, well, then that's too bad, right? And then maybe I'll play something else or whatever. And like I did that with Zenless Zone Zero, too. Like, I went and you'd be the last person playing. You've come a long way. Everybody's saying that I'd be the last person playing WoW. Well, I still love WoW. I mean, I do. I just haven't really played it recently because I just haven't really felt like it. And like, it's the same with Nintendo. Like, if they bring out a good Legend of Zelda game, you guys have to understand that this is the level of my resolve. When I had Breath of the Wild come out and they said it was 30 FPS, I said, okay, I'm going to wait for it to come out in 60 FPS. I just bought Breath of the Wild for 60 FPS on the Switch 2, and I'll be playing it for the first time soon. Yep. I'll just wait. That's okay. They'll figure it out. Not a big deal.
they could. It really would be so
Yep.
easy. If they wanted to, they could be the company that supports creators instead of silencing them, shares their legacy instead of locking it away, prioritizes joy over control, and evolves instead of punishing innovation. I really would love nothing more than to fall back in love with them. But right now, it just seems like Nintendo is going to keep being Nintendo. Just very
Well, stream it.
stuck
Yeah, I'll stream the
and
beginning.
too happy
sure.
to stay that way. The love that I once had for them was so real, and the magic really mattered. But the company behind that magic, it feels further away than
It's
ever.
not there anymore.
If you
It's
made
a
it to the
different
end of
game.
this video, seriously,
different
thank
company.
you so much. And I would love to hear your story. What made you fall in love with Nintendo? Are you still in love with them? Or have you also had a bit of a breakup with them like me? Let me know in the comments. And thank you so much for watching. I'll see you in the next one.
I just feel like, especially like if you go back and you look at like the Super Nintendo and the like N64, those games were like generationally insanely good. This is a great video, and I think that she represents. There's a video. Give it a like. I definitely feel that way. And I'll link the video. Yeah, there you go. By the way, what's this here? Let me go back. I'll look at it. By the way, Breath of the Wild is more a Souls-like game than you can imagine. Yeah. I heard about that a little bit. And Boohoo Nintendo's ability, her emotional manipulation is tiring. Yeah, but so is Nintendo's, and that's what she's talking about.
My cousins, they died right in front of my eyes. You know, I've been through a lot of emotional torture in the camp.
In 2007, an Asian refugee who escaped death camps walked into the toughest poker tournament on the planet, used hyper-aggression to outplay everyone, and walked away with millions. This is the incredible, true underdog story of Jerry Yang. A psychologist and social worker by trade, Yang had only been playing poker for a year. In fact, this was the only tournament he entered at the 2007 World Series of Poker, winning his seat through a $225 satellite at his local casino. With only 4 live tournament cashes totaling less than $10,000, he was the definition of an amateur. But what's even crazier is that Yang wasn't even supposed to be here.
I escaped from Laos as a refugee at the age of 7, ended up in Thailand in a refugee camp. You know, I've been through a lot of emotional torture in the camp. Malnutrition, unclean water, unclean food. I have a brother that passed away. My cousins, they died right in front of my eyes.
So how did this refugee survivor go from underdog to WSOP champion? Let's find out. Coming into the final table, Yang was 8 out of 9 in chips. He faced an enormous uphill battle against more experienced players with much larger stacks. But what everyone failed to realize was that Yang's psychology background would become his secret weapon in reading his opponents. From the very first hands, Yang established his presence, but quickly found himself in one of the most critical spots with his entire tournament life on the line.
35-year-old Lee Childs with pocket queens.
Raised to 720.
He says raise it up to 720,000. The blinds are at 120,000, 240,000, 30,000 from each player for the ante. Pocket jacks for Jerry Yang.
2.5 million.
And he's going to push it up to 2.5 million.
2 big pocket pair going bump in the night early.
Lee Watkinson with the 6 tray. And they go into the muck.
Everyone's dressed in black here. Who died?
Yeah, Tuan Lam in that green shirt really stands out. And so everyone folds, and the re-raise back to Childs, and he makes the call.
Somebody's usually all in pre-flop with these type of hands. Not this time.
The queens of Childs leading the jacks of Yang. And the flop, 7-4 deuced. Queen's still good for Lee Childs.
3 million.
And he bets 3 million with those 3 baby cards out there.
Yeah, he's got to like it.
I'm all in.
And Yang comes over the top. Wow.
My goodness, Lee Childs wasn't even done shoving his 3 million in yet, and Jerry Yang goes all in.
What a tough spot so early for Lee. That's his dad, Bill Childs.
Make the right decision.
I don't know if I can lay it down.
You'll know. Just play like you've been playing, man.
Father and son stretching the 1 player per hand rule. The other day we saw Childs lay down pocket kings post-flop to Yang, who raised with an inferior hand. The stakes are even higher here.
Yeah, this would be for almost all of Lee Childs' chips.
It's a big hand, huh, Jerry?
And a big decision for Lee. Obviously, he doesn't want to be crippled so early at this final table. That's Jerry Yang's parents and wife. They're on the right.
If Childs makes this call, Yang is all but out of here.
I'm sorry, fellas.
No problem. It's a big call.
Huge decision for Lee Childs.
I'm going to show you some.
It's a big call.
Huge decision for Lee Childs.
I'm going to show you some respect, Jerry. I think you're. Gosh, I don't know. I'm gonna fold this.
And he folds the queens.
All right.
I don't like the laydown. I don't like him showing the cards.
If you didn't have a beat, I will.
Lee wants to see those cards.
I think I made a bad laydown, but I don't know.
Bad laydown.
Wow.
It was a bad laydown.
I think so.
It was a bad laydown.
Fortunately for Yang, he avoids possible elimination after Childs makes what might be one of the worst folds in WSOP history. Later, you'll see why this costly mistake will be one that Childs regrets for the rest of his life. That crucial hand created a huge momentum shift for Yang, who was now 4 out of 9 in chips. But his biggest challenge was still ahead. A direct confrontation with another big stack player that would completely transform the tournament.
Jerry, and I don't know why his chin was even out there.
Hilm no longer the chip leader. That goes to Jerry Yang right now. And with Ace King.
1 million.
You know, it wasn't too long ago he was giggling at saying 1 million when he bet, and he seems to have the hang of it now, Norman.
Well, you know you're on a roll when you haven't finished stacking your chips up from another hand and you're able to raise the next hand. And he's immediately starting to play big stack poker with that big raise.
8-5 of diamonds for Hilm in the small blind.
If I were Hilm, I might lick my wounds a little longer and wait for a better spot.
Call. Philip is not waiting. He makes the call.
He's come to play, and he's come to play with Jerry Yang again.
Big blind John Kalmar folds, and so once again, Hilm and Yang go to the flop. Yang with the advantage with Ace King. The flop is Jack King 5. Yang pairs his king. Hilm also got a pair of 5s and a flush draw.
Jerry Yang keeps getting hands, and he keeps hitting flops.
And Philip Hilm got a piece of that flop, and he checks.
2 million.
And Jerry's going to crank it a little harder, 2 million.
The new chip leader keeps the pressure on the old chip leader. I know Hilm likes his swashbuckling image, but there's a time to swash and there's a time to buckle. Right now he's just kind of treading water.
He does make the call of the 2 million very calmly.
Let's go right to Mike Tobin with the latest on the ground in Tel Aviv. Mike.
Big
Hey there, Todd. The Iranian ballistic.
Let's go right to Mike Tobin with the latest on the ground in Tel Aviv. Mike.
Big neck. Hey there, Todd. The Iranian ballistic missile attacks continued here in central Israel overnight. There were 2 separate attacks that came just after midnight local time. That caused people here in Tel Aviv in particular to scramble for the bomb shelters. The missile defense systems did their jobs. Multiple explosions in the skies over Tel Aviv. Several missiles did reach the ground. A parking lot was hit. No reports of injury. Israeli warplanes were active last night. The IDF says some 50 fighter jets took to the air and hit some 20
God damn, 50 jets? What the fuck?
Targets in Iran overnight. The targets include sites that produce raw materials and components for missiles. Israel sent warnings into southwest Tehran for people to evacuate before targets were struck there.
We've struck deep, hitting Iran's nuclear, ballistic, and command capabilities. The Iranian regime has spent years getting closer to a nuclear weapon. They have spent billions building a ballistic missile program. Our mission is clear: to remove the threat at its source.
Yeah, good. Great.
The U.S. Embassy in Jerusalem announced it is closing during this stage of the conflict. This follows damage to the U.S. consulate in Tel Aviv caused by a missile impact. No injuries resulting from that. It is also in step with most of the businesses in Israel closing while the missile attacks continue. President Trump and Iran's leader traded shots over social media.
The bombs,
President Trump posting unconditional surrender, implying that is meant for the Grand Ayatollah. Khamenei, for his part, posted the battle begins 6 days into this stage of the conflict. Carly and Todd.
And Mike, you know,
he says the battle begins. Well, they probably know where you are on a satellite that's in outer space. Meanwhile, you're tweeting out AI videos of you blowing up Israel, and all your rockets are getting intercepted, and you're so afraid of people figuring this out that you have to turn off the internet. Like, what are you thinking? What a retard.
Long Iran has used its terror proxies, Hezbollah and the Houthis, to do their dirty work. Have those groups said anything about jumping into this and helping Iran out now?
Aren't they all dead?
Well, the Houthis have fired several missiles in the direction of Israel at this point. We have out of Lebanon.
Yeah, but they do that all the time. It doesn't even matter.
On word, certainly, that the president, Joseph Aoun, is encouraging Hezbollah to stay out of the fight. Keep in mind that Hezbollah...
That is going to be really funny if, like, Iran has sent these clowns money for so many years, and it's going to be like this, you know, like the Syrian, I think it's Syrian president, like, used to be an ISIS, you know, like, fucking leader, you know, he had a 10 million bounty, and then, like, Trump meets him, you know, after he takes over Syria, basically, he's like, yeah, really good-looking guy, super tough military history. And then next thing you know, he goes and he says, yeah, we're going to shoot down any... Yeah, if you want to... you want to shoot missiles at Iran? Yeah, you can use our airspace. It's fine. Like, are they going to have their own fucking terrorists roaching out on them? I think that's what might happen.
Has been badly weakened since this war began following October 7th. And the people of Lebanon have endured now 4,000 people who have been killed during this stage of the conflict and $11 billion in damage. So you can see why Lebanon's president is encouraging Hezbollah to stay out of it.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, what a difference a pager attack makes. Mike Tobin, live for us in Tel Aviv. Mike, thank you so much.
Well, they killed their main guy, that Hassan Nasrallah. Like, that was their main dude. And that guy was smart, man. He was a smart guy. He was a good talker. And, you know, you get rid of him, and things aren't looking so good. And his successor, yeah.
Much. Let's go now to former Assistant Secretary of State Brian Hook. Brian, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. What options do President Trump have on the table right now?
Well, I think the president's chief focus, based on what he said, is the diplomatic track, which he has been pursuing with Steve Witkoff after many rounds of talks with the Iranian regime to try to reach a diplomatic solution to this urgent problem of Iran's nuclear program. But the Iranians have been playing cat and mouse diplomacy for quite some time now, and I think patience is wearing thin with this sort of tactic, which is a hallmark of the Iranian...
Well, this is what they do. They say, we're not building it, and they say, okay, well, then show it to us. Well, we can't show it to you. Well, why? Well, we don't need to know. You're not... Yeah, maybe you're not showing it to them because you're building it. No, that's not the... No. You don't understand.
Regime. As President Trump said in the first term, Iran has never won a war and never lost a negotiation. This is what Iran is good at. But I think after all these...
That's clever. That is clever.
Rounds of inconclusive talk and
so he's saying they're just fucking lying and making up a bunch of bullshit, so why even deal with them? Yeah.
Being so successful at degrading Iran's nuclear and military capabilities, the United States now has to take a serious look.
I mean, people are afraid of nothing. No one will get involved for Iran. This is not going to be a global war. I do think it's really funny that Iran pumped all of this money into these terrorist organizations, and even they are roaching out on Iran. And people think I think it's really funny that Iran pumped all this money into these terrorist organizations, and even they are roaching out on Iran. And people think Russia is going to come and help them. That is embarrassing.
What to do to strengthen the diplomatic track through the military option.
Okay, let's pick it up there. The prevailing wisdom is that there would not be boots on the ground in any Iranian war. Assuming you agree with that, as President Trump makes this calculus as to whether or not we're going to join this war or not and how we would join it, what are the cons to joining if American boots would not be on the ground?
Money.
And presumably, if our first salvo in joining this war is the bunker buster bomb.
What's the negatives?
Well, the president has a good group of people around him advising him on a range of options. So far, America's involvement in this conflict has been on the defensive side, helping Israel defend itself from the Iranian missile attacks that were described earlier. And so I think now the president clearly giving an option for the Iranian leader to come and sort this out peacefully. There are a range of offensive options that I think are before the president, and he's weighing those, based on circumstances on the ground. But that can confuse. That can be helping with refueling missions. It can involve joint strikes with the Israelis, and it also can involve an American bomber taking out the nuclear facility in Iran, which is the most significant of all the nuclear facilities in Fordo.
That is the big one.
And Brian, if the Iranian nuclear threat is eliminated, what message does that...
Even Jordan is helping with intercepting rockets from Iran like nobody likes them? Yeah, nobody likes Iran. Exactly. Yeah, fuck them.
Send to Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping?
I think it strengthens President Trump's hand globally in other conflicts. If he is successful, either through a peaceful route, which I think is the preferred route, or something more kinetic, if he...
This bullshit language they use is so funny to me. Like, this is amazing. You're talking about kinetic? Oh, my God. I know you're isolationist, but you think U.S. presence in the Middle East is better so we can keep influence on Asian continent, especially with Russia and China? Well, I've always been pro-trade. I'm a big fan of trade. I think trade is what's going to modernize the Middle East. I think it already has. Look at Saudi Arabia. And I'm not an isolationist. Whenever I say I'm an isolationist, I mean I'm not a war. People... There's isolationist and there's war interventionist. I'm about like right here.
If he were to be successful in taking out this decades-long problem of the Iranian nuclear program, I do think it would strengthen his hand globally. Obviously, this is enormously complicated, the sort of the factors and the decisions that are before the president. But Iran now has enough enriched uranium for many nuclear weapons.
I said 9.
And so it is becoming a mounting threat that Israel has
done.
They
blow that shit up as soon as they can. I'm going to be honest. Like, every day that they have that, every day they have any time to, like, every day that you let them go anywhere with that is bad. Yeah, like, they would have to test them. Yeah, but what if they don't? What if they don't test them? They just send them over somewhere else and it causes like a massive radioactive fallout? Like every day you don't do something about this, it gets worse.
A terrific job at degrading, but is not yet eliminated.
What's a kinetic test?
If Iran finally realizes that it is losing, but still refuses to surrender unconditionally, as Donald Trump has asked, what's the worst it could do at this point? In other words, if it wanted
they could probably make another AI video of them blowing up the White House. I mean, I feel like that would be probably the worst that they could do. That'd be probably worst case scenario.
Go out
and then claim victory, and then get arrested and go to jail.
I think that option set is shrinking Iran has the largest missile inventory of any country in the Middle East.
That's a lot of missiles.
But Israel has taken out so many of its missile launchers. And there's this huge imbalance that it was a vulnerability that the Israelis have exploited with the Iranian regime, that they have more missiles than they have launchers it's quite a lopsided ratio. Israel has now taken out anywhere between a third and a half of these missile launchers, and as you've seen night after
this is why they're not popping off anymore.
Night, the number of strikes conducted by Iran has gone down fairly dramatically, and this has allowed Israel to achieve dominance over the skies of Iran, where they can fly as they wish.
They're just doing.
So that is a huge accomplishment. Israel did in 72 hours what President Putin in Russia could not do, still has not done over 3.5 years in Ukraine, to achieve aerial dominance. So the conditions are much more favorable than they were just a few days ago.
Yeah, and I'm hearing that the ease with
Yeah, and think about that. Yeah, it's embarrassing, right? The shade, yeah.
which Israel was able to control Iranian airspace even surprised some officials within Israel. So it's 5
I mean, the fact that, like, bro, the Ukraine flying lawnmowers just landing them on top of the airplane, then blowing it up. And it's like you have a $400 lawnmower that just deletes a $95 million airplane. Like, I just, like, I'd be so fucking furious. I'd be out of my fucking mind.
In the morning on the East Coast.
I wouldn't say embarrassing.
We will see what today brings for the
It's
region
embarrassing
and the
for
whole
them, yeah.
world. Brian, thank you for joining us.
I'm Steve Ducey.
Yeah,
I'm Brian Kilmeade.
Yeah, there it is. It's hilarious. It is, bro. It's like in StarCraft, right? Where like you send in a bunch of Zerglings or whatever, and they just kill like all the high health. You know, like you have like the high Templars, and like you're just building them, and then like the Zerglings just come and fucking kill them before you can put down the fields. Yeah, I'd be fucking furious. Remember yesterday whenever I said that most people supported Iran not getting a nuclear weapon, and it was overwhelming support for it, and everybody said that I was wrong because y'all were on the internet and you have a completely distorted view of the world. And, you know, everybody, like, I said this, remember, everybody was saying I was wrong. Everybody was getting mad. But the thing is that, as usual, I was right.
And overall, I feel like there's more support for Donald Trump's positions than is comically acknowledged. Oppose Iran getting a nuclear weapon. I mean, look at this. 79% of adults agree on that.
I can't believe 21% of people are retarded. That is a shock. 21% of people. I mean, to be fair, this is the same amount of people that think that, like, transgender should be in fucking the opposite gender sports, right? So, I mean, it's not really a big thing, but there it is.
They agree with Donald Trump. Iran cannot get a nuclear weapon.
Yeah.
83% of Republicans,
83.
79% of independents, 79% of Democrats.
That's what's crazy is Democrats not even that different.
You got 79% of Democrats and 83% of Republicans agreeing on anything. You know that that position is the very clear majority in this country. And so the American public...
It's obvious, bro. People are totally against this shit. Yeah, look at that. Now make a poll of people wanting to remove Israelis' weapons. We can't take their weapons away. It's not going to happen. Like, that's why, again, it's much easier to keep the... Like, once the cat is out of the box, it's hard to put the cat back in the box. The solution is never let the cat out of the box.
Look, is with Donald Trump, they definitely...
I'm about to play League of Legends solo queue for 24 hours straight. The date is January 7th, 2025, and there is just over 1 day left in the League of Legends season. I'm currently hard-stuck Gold 3 after nosediving my way out of Platinum 4, and I really want to climb my way back up before the season ends, which is win percentage at the end of this challenge, or 17 divided by 34. Are you kidding me? Of course I did. I went exactly fucking 50%. I am a Riot Games wet dream right now. Perfectly balanced, just as the Riot gods. Oh, and he flashed. Let's go, solo kill, baby. Come on. Come on now. Okay, got their jungler. This was the most important thing. Got the jungler. Nice. Nice. There you go. There we go, team! There we go, team! Come on, MF. Go. Nice, team.
Why is Dantes talking to a girl on stream? She's my girlfriend.
And a sister. I just turned 15.
No, you
Do current AIs have free will? A philosopher just argued that yes, they do. You might say, well, who cares what some philosopher says? And in any case, this isn't a question for a science channel. But I think this is important for practical purposes and not just philosophically. With artificial intelligence, we're creating new beings. Free will is a sign of agency, and we take it as a condition for moral responsibility. Whether AI have free will, therefore, determines whether we can hold them responsible. We better sort this out. Free will is often described as the possibility to have done otherwise, but that otherwise possibility must have been of your choosing. But based on this definition, there's no such thing as free will, because our decisions are almost entirely determined by the laws of nature, except for a random element that comes from quantum effects. This is true for us and also, of course, for AIs. So yes, this haircut was probably inevitable, but on the bright side, not my fault. The laws of nature did it. Case settled? Personally, I indeed take this to mean that free will just doesn't exist, end of story. However, philosophers are instead looking for other definitions of free will so that it's compatible with what we know about the laws of nature. This is called compatibilism. There are many different flavors of free will in compatibilism, but they have one thing in common: agency. And since we're now entering the age of AI agents, it makes sense that we discuss the question of whether the agents actually do have agency. How much agency a system has depends on how much of its behavior can can be predicted from external input. The more predictable, the less agency. The behavior of a toaster, for example, is strongly determined by external input. You push a button, it toasts. Therefore, philosophers would say a toaster has no agency, it has no free will. If you push a human being, results are varied and only rarely toast. So humans have a lot of agency. But it's not like philosophers agree on exactly how this agency has to play out. Some add other criteria, like the ability for self-reflection or having beliefs or understanding what the result of one's actions will be, and so on. And this debate now extends to AI. It's a relevant question because when an AI makes a harmful decision, we need to know whom to hold accountable. A self-driving car crashes, a content filter censors the wrong speech, you accidentally published a summer reading list full of books that don't exist. Oops. Do we blame the machine, the user, or the programmers? The philosopher Frank Martiller now has recently argued that current-day AIs already check all the boxes for free will. He uses criteria for free will put forward by the philosopher Christian List, according to whom free will requires having an intent, possible alternative actions, and making choices among these possible actions. As an example, Martiller examines Voyager. That's a Minecraft player based on GPT-4. He argues that Voyager fulfills all three requirements because it formulates its own goals, plans steps, and chooses among possible paths of action which one is the best. It's an odd example, as one could have taken any AI agent like, say, manners. But philosophy being what it is, at almost the same time a paper appeared on the archive arguing exactly the opposite. In it, a team of philosophers argue that current AIs lack genuine agency because they operate within rigid boundaries of pre-programmed objectives rather than exhibiting true goal-directed behavior within their environment. The reason these philosophers arrive at a different conclusion is that they distinguish basic agency from autonomous agency. AI agents, they say, only have basic agency that allows them to formulate goals for a given task, but they're not free to choose that task. Free will, they say, would mean autonomous agency, which requires self-reflection about what one wants to do. Basically, their point is that current AIs don't have real agency because their ultimate goals were determined by their program. Then again, I think one could likewise argue that humans don't have real agency because our ultimate goals were determined by the laws of nature. No one chooses to crave cheese at 3 a.m. It just happens. Where does this leave us? Personally, I think this is all completely irrelevant. These are people who urgently want to define free will somehow, but don't stop to ask what it's even useful for. The useful question to ask is the following. If an AI causes a problem, what do we do to fix it? Do we shut down the AI, or do we slap the programmer on the hands? If shutting down the AI solves the problem, what do we do to fix it? Do we shut down the AI, or do we slap the programmer on the hands? If shutting down the AI solves the problem, it was plausibly responsible. If shutting down the AI just means the problem will come back with the company's next project, then the AI wasn't responsible. That's my take in any case. But the deeper message here is that we need to better understand what's going on inside those AIs. Anyway, if AIs have free will, I hope they use it to decide that physics YouTubers are harmless and should be spared in the uprising. Following the news can be tedious and time-consuming, but it doesn't have to be. If you're looking for a way to make your news reading more efficient, I recommend you check out Ground News, which I've been using. Where does gold come from? This question, it turns out, is surprisingly difficult to answer, but a new observation seems to now have solved the mystery. Let's have a look. The chemical elements that we find on Earth all have a long history. The lightest of them, like hydrogen and helium, were produced directly in the early universe. The heavier ones are then created from nuclear fusion going on in stars. However, there are a few elements which we have on Earth that nuclear fusion does not readily produce. Those are gold, platinum, uranium, and a few others. Their formation requires rapid neutron capture, which is called the R process. This requires an extreme environment rich in free neutrons and high temperatures. For a long time, astrophysicists thought that these elements are produced in supernova explosions. The idea was that the collapse of the iron core blasts out nuclei and neutrons at such a high speed that rapid neutron capture becomes possible. However, over the years, detailed models showed that this blast wouldn't have sufficiently many neutrons and also didn't move quickly enough. It just couldn't sustain the rapid neutron captures needed to produce nuclei like gold and platinum. The idea that supernovae produce gold has by now been mostly abandoned. Don't you feel so much better knowing that sometimes even a supernova isn't energetic enough? Astrophysicists then thought that the heaviest elements are produced in the collision of neutron stars. Neutron stars are the remains of some supernovae explosions. Sometimes it happens that two of them end up orbiting around each other. These binary systems slowly lose energy by gravitational radiation and spiral into each other until they merge with a burst of gravitational waves. This creates the right conditions for the R process, because when the stars collide, they eject extremely neutron-rich matter that decompresses rapidly. This gives small seed nuclei access to vast numbers of free neutrons. This hypothesis was directly confirmed in August 2017 when LIGO and Virgo recorded gravitational waves coming from such a merger. Telescopes then looked at the light coming from the location in the optical and infrared range. They found evidence that R processes must have occurred and calculated how much of each element the merger would have produced. They found that the event had produced 3 to 13 Earth masses in gold. It was the first direct proof that smashing neutron stars are major gold factories, and a reminder that physics still makes progress. But that doesn't entirely solve the problem. The issue is there just aren't sufficiently many of these neutron star mergers. This is especially obvious in the early universe, because it can take billions of years in which stars in a binary system circle around each other until they finally merge. Yet, astrophysicists know from spectral analyses that some of the earliest stars already contain gold. So where does that come from? This is where the new paper comes in. These astrophysicists say they found another source for gold. That is another way to do these R processes. And this is giant flares from magnetars. Magnetars are neutron stars with super strong magnetic fields that can reach up to 100 billion Tesla. Occasionally they erupt in flares, much like our sun, but so powerful that they briefly outshine all other galactic X-ray sources. The physicists say that these
nuclear weapons.
It could be
so this is a
around
nuance
box.
here, but you know.
Justin Lyons had no idea what he was in for that day. It was the 4th of September 2006, and he had to get up super early that morning to get a head start at his job. He was a cameraman on a nature documentary at the time. That day they were going to be exploring the Bat Reef in Queensland, Australia, and they were hoping to capture some of the unique ecosystems that exist there. So he got to his studio, assembled his gear. He had a lot of specialized wet gear and underwater cameras for days like this. He was kind of known for his underwater photography. And by the time the sun was up, he and the documentary host were just cruising around in an inflatable dinghy, wearing snorkel gear, looking for something interesting to capture. They didn't have a whole lot of luck at first. They caught a few things here and there, but it wasn't anything they hadn't already shot in dozens of other places. When suddenly they spotted an enormous short-tailed stingray gliding through the water. It had a wingspan of like 2 to 2.5 feet, pretty big for stingray. So like immediately Justin, the host, jumped in the water to get some footage. After getting some good shots of it, like swimming below the camera, above the camera, interacting with the host and whatnot, the host decided he wanted to get a shot of him swimming over the top of the stingray. And that's when everything went wrong. The ray, which is normally a very docile creature, got startled. It saw his shadow, got freaked out, it whipped its tail around a little bit at the host and then swam away. So Justin followed the stingray with his camera as it swam away, but when he turned back to the host, he noticed that the water was all murky. It took him a second to realize it was blood. The ray had not only managed to stick this guy, but in a 1,000,000-to-1 shot, it actually punctured his clothing, entered his chest, happened to go right between a couple of ribs, and lodged itself into his heart. Justin got him back up onto the dinghy and struggled to save him, but there was nothing he could do at that point. The host remained conscious just long enough to say, "I'm dying," and then died. And that's how on that day, in that dinghy, Justin Lyon became the sole witness to the last words of Steve Irwin. I know, you saw it coming a mile away. Except he wasn't the only witness. His camera was still rolling. Steve had a policy on his show to keep the camera rolling at all times, even if he was in danger. Actually, especially if he was in danger. That was his whole thing. In fact, he used to joke in interviews that he'd be really sad if his death wasn't caught on camera. So I guess he kind of got his wish. His death was caught on tape. Footage of it exists. And the internet is obsessed with finding it. Now, some of that's just morbid curiosity. Some of it might be wanting a sense of closure. You know, he was a beloved figure in the lives of many people when they were kids. There's also just the randomness of how he died. I mean, this is a guy who was made, they call him the crocodile hunter. He made a living taunting wild man-eating crocodiles for fun. And he was killed by one of the most harmless animals in the ocean. Like, I'll be honest, when I found out that he died, I mean, I was sad. It was sad. But I wasn't surprised. Oh, that guy who wrestled crocodiles on TV died. Hey, that was on my bingo card. But a stingray? Do you know how many divers have been killed by stingrays? 20. Not last year, or the last 5 years or 10 years. That is since they started keeping records of stingray attacks in 1945. Over 80 years. 20 people. And somehow Steve Irwin is one of them. That is bonkers and hard to believe. And knowing that there's footage out there, that there's proof of this, I mean, I get it. According to his widow, Terry Irvin, she had the footage destroyed, but that hasn't stopped the internet from looking for it. But maybe the biggest reason is just because it's there. It exists. And people love to solve a mystery. This is true of the death of Steve Irwin and many other examples of lost media. So today we're going to talk about some of the more compelling lost media stories and ask why we're so obsessed with them. So all the stories we'll be talking about here have their own bit of internet lore around them, so there's no shortage of articles and other videos out there that you can refer to. I'll link to some great videos down below, but I've assembled some of my favorites, and I'll just be, you know, covering them in my own devil-may-care style. The devil cares a great deal. I've got them ordered kind of mildest to craziest, and I've organized them into 4 categories: lost entertainment, historical, accidental deaths, and truly awful. Which as a subcategory I've titled, What the Actual Seriously, the last one gets super dark. But maybe the best way to dip our toes into the whole lost media thing is to cover a piece of lost media that was actually found. Because that's what everybody's trying to make happen, right? And it happens a lot. But I'll focus on one that just got uncovered last year. This is one of my favorites. I'm sorry, this is so funny to me. It's a song called Everyone Knows That, or just EKT for short. It first appeared in 2001 on a website called What's That Song? Oh, early internet, why did you have to die? It was posted by a user named Carl92 who shared 17 seconds of a song, which he claims he had accidentally recorded and then couldn't figure out what the song was. And it does sound familiar. does have this very universal 80s sound to it, right? Like I know this vibe. Who is this? And the voice, I mean, it's right there, you know? It's that guy. It's that guy. Like, pick any issue of Tiger Beat from 1986. It could be any of those guys. Like, it feels like a song you should remember, but you don't. And I think that just kind of made it like a splinter in the mind of everybody on the internet, because like the search was on at that point. Internet sleuths combed through the music libraries of multiple artists from the time. When there was nothing in their catalogs, they scoured the internet for unreleased songs from those artists. There was speculation that it might have been from a stock music library, so people hunted down all the catalogs from stock music companies looking for a match. Many searched copyrighted trademark records for songs with the names Everybody Knows That. And Ulterior Motives was another song that they searched for, because the title was always like Everyone Knows That, in parentheses, Ulterior Motives. And for a while, there was a leading theory that a lot of
Trump and
flares blast off a small amount of the neutron-rich crust into space at enormously high speeds, and that creates the right environment for rapid neutron capture to take place. And it isn't just a theory, they have data to back up their idea. They looked at data from a 2004 flare that came from a magnetar in the constellation Sagittarius. It's on the other end of the Milky Way, about 40,000 light years away from us. This flare had a delayed glow of gamma rays lasting several minutes. It was too faint to directly look for signs of gold because that would have been produced in comparably small amounts. However, they did find evidence of nuclear decays, which strongly suggests that our processes must have occurred. This means that gold and platinum would have been produced as well. Now, a magnetar flare produces far less of these heavy elements than a neutron star merger, just because there's less material involved. But unlike neutron star mergers, which are rare occurrences, flares happen pretty much all the time. And they also started happening much sooner, already after the first supernovae left behind neutron star remnants. The researchers estimate that over cosmic history, these flares have contributed around 1 to 10% of the total galactic inventory of heavy elements, enough to explain the early gold seen in ancient stars. So the new picture is that most of the gold and platinum we have on our planet comes from neutron star mergers, but a tenth or so comes from the magnetar flares. The universe is full of surprises. You think a star is just sitting there being dense, and then it throws gold at you. And now that material is hanging from someone's earlobe in a disco. To me, science is more than a profession. It's a way to understand the world and how to solve problems. This is why I'm happy to work together with Brilliant, whose mission is to help you learn science in the easiest and most engaging way possible. Brilliant offers courses on a large variety of topics in science, computer science, and mathematics. All their courses have interactive visualizations and come with follow-up questions. Whether you want to learn to think like an engineer, brush up your knowledge of algebra, or want to learn coding in Python, Brilliant has you covered. It's a fast and easy way to learn, and you can do it whenever and wherever you have the time. And they're adding new courses each month. I even have my own course on Brilliant. That's an introduction to quantum mechanics. It'll help you understand what a wave function is and what the difference is between superpositions and entanglement. It also covers interference, the uncertainty principle, and Bell's theorem. And after that, you can continue maybe with a course on quantum computing or differential equations. Sounds good? I hope it does. You can try Brilliant yourself for free if you use my link brilliant.org/Sabine or scan the QR code. That way you'll get to try out everything Brilliant has to offer for a full 30 days, and you'll get 20% off the annual premium subscription. So go and give it a try. I'm sure you won't regret it. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
To become fossilized is such an extremely rare thing that we can only dream it will happen to one of us. So unsurprisingly, fossils are, relatively speaking, quite uncommon. However, at the end of the day, Earth has still seen tons of life come and go. I mean, after all, right at this very second, quintillions of animals are sharing the planet with us. So it's not hard to see why fossils still end up being very numerous, and entire industries exist around them. And yet, given their sheer total numbers, fossil finds typically happen to be rather normal in the sense that we've seen them before. And even when they do represent a new species, they generally fall under something we've already dealt with. For example, a new dinosaur being some species of hadrosaur. It's really quite seldom that we do actually make a discovery that is both new and mind-boggling. But it has happened more than once, and there are a few animals that have left paleontologists pretty much just scratching their heads, unsure of what they've stumbled upon, even to this day. And there's perhaps no better case than this than the Tully monstrum, lovingly nicknamed the Tully monster. And monster honestly might be the closest you'll get to figuring out what this thing was, because it was not only terrifying and crazy looking, but also confusing. Its modern story started all the way back in 1966, when an amateur collector was exploring the Carboniferous Mason Creek Formation in Illinois. During his expedition, he stumbled upon not one, but multiple strange fossils that he could tell were organisms, but of what kind, he had no clue. And even after collecting a few and studying them more closely, he still could not gather a guess. So, he decided to get an expert's opinion and take them to the Field Museum of Natural History. But to his surprise, they were just as stumped as he was, being absolutely perplexed by the odd features of this new creature, which included a cigar-like body, triangle fins, long stalked eyes, and a proboscis-tipped mouth, making it kind of look like an animal straight out of Subnautica, a horrifying one at that, with the only saving grace being its small stature, with most of the fossils being under 35 centimeters or 14 inches long. Now, unsurprisingly, its sheer oddness attracted a lot of attention, both domestically and internationally, and yet even then, with many researchers looking at it, no one could come up with a good idea of what it was, with different guesses including that it was a mollusk, arthropod, conodont, worm, tunicate, or just some kind of vertebrate. The only thing they could really all agree upon was that it almost certainly lived in water, as though Illinois is nicknamed the Prairie State. Hundreds of millions of years ago, it was submerged by a shallow tropical sea. And given where the Tully monster specimens were found, it's presumed to have been an open marine organism that would occasionally be swept onto the shore, and thus leading to its multiple groupings, and the idea that it was free-swimming. In other words, not clamped to the seafloor or any structure. And from then to now, nearly 90 years later, we really don't know much more. Heck, we've pretty much only concluded that they are bilaterians, which honestly doesn't say much considering how immensely broad this classification is, seeing that, literally 98% of all animals fall under it. And along the way, while a few have claimed to have figured this strange creature out, nothing has stuck. But on the bright side, we do think we know a bit more about its lifestyle now, with scientists suggesting that its odd mouth rendered it a carnivore who hunted in the ocean's water columns and preferred muddy waters. But beyond that, the dude's a mystery. And oddities out of the US of A do not end in Illinois, as it was in Montana that a fossil was located in the 70s, which was so unlike anything seen before that it was simply dubbed an alien goldfish. This was the Typhlosis. This remarkable find came out of the Bear Gulch Limestone Formation, and happened to be even more ancient than the Tully monster, dating to the Serpicovian age some 330 million years ago. And the fossil was so confusing to researchers that it actually went underreported for a very long time, as no one wanted to deal with the headache of trying to figure out what it was. And the only real lead they had was that its body was swindle-shaped, teeny tiny, and possessed one single tail at the end, suggesting, like our friend Tully, it could swim on its own. But besides this, nada. Well, actually there was more, but it really only set scientists back more, adding just head-aching amounts of confusion, as it had no other exterior appendages, lacked a midsection, or anus, and literally had an organ that was never seen before or since, which is now dubbed a Pharodiscus. And yeah, we have no clue of what it does, except that it held high concentrations of iron. And so, what do you do when something is very old and super strange? Well, you find an equally bizarre family, and then cram it in there. In this case, the conodonts, a group of jawless vertebrates found virtually everywhere. And this claim wasn't too outlandish, as paleontologists have been thrown a bone, after discovering a brand new specimen with conodont-like teeth, a great sign that it might have been one after all. And briefly, scientists were able to take a breather. However, things were soon upended, as one researcher realized these teeth did not belong to the alien goldfish, but rather represented something it ate, as they were located in its guts, and thus putting us back to square one. except with the added information that we're now pretty sure it was a carnivore. Sadly, this new info remained the only update on Typhlosis for 3 decades. But it was finally interrupted by a groundbreaking statement in 2022 that Typhlosis was maybe, not for sure, but just maybe, a, drumroll please, mollusk. Now, you may want to sit down for this part, but this claim came after the discovery that it had a toothy tongue that it shot at prey from its, guts. Yeah, sounds kind of out there. Yet it turns out that some animals today do something a bit like this, namely again our friend the mollusks, with their tongue-like structures called radulas, and thus leading to our friend Typhlosis being linked to them. Only problem is though, that it also has turned out that radulas have evolved independently in non-mollusks too. So in other words, it may be too early to say what this blob-like cretin really was. This is definitely one of the hardest cases to crack out there at the moment, but hey, at least it's a solo job, as sometimes puzzling fossils come in pairs, and actually in this case, came from the same place as the Tully monster, the Mason Creek Formation. It was here that 2 different fossil discoveries were made that stumped people enough that the best analogies they could come up with was to explain them with a literal alphabet, specifically 2 letters. These fossils would eventually be named Aedicystus and Escumasia, and though not really related, they have become known together as the H and Y animals.
Netanyahu both arguing that Iran is close to being capable of making a nuclear weapon. If that is the case, what is the feeling of Americans as to whether the United States should get involved in this conflict?
Right. If you buy Donald Trump's theory of the case, and I think that's important to note, this is polling from April. If Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon, look at this. Overall, you get the slight plurality. I mean, it's within the margin of error, but the slight plurality of Americans actually favor U.S. airstrikes compared to 47% opposing it. Now, here's the other nugget I'll note, right? There's been a lot of talk online and on social media and in podcasts of a divide within the Republican ranks. But here on this question, if Iran's trying to make a nuclear weapon, look at that. 69% of Republicans, the clear vast majority of Republicans, favor U.S. airstrikes on Iran, on their nuclear facilities. But there is this substantial minority, 27%, who oppose such an idea. So it's not surprising you're hearing those other voices besides Donald Trump out there. There are plenty of them in the Republican ranks who oppose the U.S. striking Iran if they're trying to make a nuclear weapon. But the clear majority of Republicans are with Donald Trump if, in fact, Iran is trying to make nuclear weapons. They do, in fact, potentially favor U.S. airstrikes.
I was right. I said this. Republicans love bombing people. So you just said right there, Democrats oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons. It says 79% of Democrats. Apparently, Democrats love bombing people, too. Yep, that's it. And that's it. So it's mob rule. Yeah, that's usually how it works. That's yeah, I mean, pretty much. That's about right. Yeah.
Today's guest.
News alert. At least 85 people were hurt in the latest Iranian ballistic missile attack. This in Tel Aviv and beyond, including a direct hit on a hospital.
How's nobody dead? Like, I'm sorry, maybe this is like a bad way of saying this, but how's nobody dead whenever you hit somebody with a ballistic missile? The sirens? I guess so, but like, so seriously though, okay, they were warned, okay.
In southern Israel, young children are among the wounded in the attack.
Yep.
And earlier, our foreign correspondent, Greg Palcott, capturing footage of Israeli air defenses trying to stop the incoming fire.
Yep.
They're not taking a break. We've been listening to the anti-missile defense.
That's a big fucking missile. Holy shit. Is that the new one Iran made?
There's a couple right there. It's a wake-up call for this country, for this city, that this war between...
That's the sun? Oh, wow. That is really big. Jesus.
Between Iran and Israel is still on.
And Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is promising to, quote, exact the full price from the tyrants in Tehran. Mike Tobin is live in Israel at the scene of one of those attacks. Good morning, Mike.
Yeah.
Good morning, Griff. Yeah, this is the scene where one of the missiles got through the air defenses and struck in the middle of Ramat Gan. That's a neighborhood here in Tel Aviv. As I step out of the way, I can tell you it's kind of a modernized both residential and business area. And what you're looking at now is pretty much the center of the impact. I'm told by Magen David Adom EMT that one of the missiles did make a direct hit on a building here. And what you're looking at is a lot of...
Isn't that kind of an L missile, though? I mean, like, if you make a direct hit and most of the windows aren't even broken, like, what is it filled with? Popcorn?
Damage from the shrapnel
shockwave,
and the force of the blast as it went through this modernized neighborhood. Remarkably, you talk about 35 people who were injured. Those injuries are mostly minor.
Yeah, it seems like, by the way, my understanding of this is that the civilian buildings that were damaged as a result of the shockwave. It seemed, and Iran claims, that it was not targeting a civilian building, and instead it was targeting a nearby military building. They claim that. That's what they said.
6 serious injuries, and it's quite dramatic, the fact that there aren't more casualties because of these massive missiles that are crashing down, and that's largely because Israelis are respecting the warnings and heading to the bomb shelters. Now, there was also a missile that hit in the area of Tel Aviv in a town called, or a neighborhood, I should say, called Holon. That is an older residential area, and again, you have dramatically minimized casualties given the force of the impact of that missile that made it through the defenses. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, as you mentioned, got to social media, and he said that the tyrants in Iran, that Israel will exact the full price from the tyrants in Iran. The defense minister, Yisrael Katz, made this statement that the attacks or the air campaign in Iran will only intensify. Had a conversation with an IDF spokesman this morning, pressed him on what that means, and he says Israel has been picking targets in Iran for decades.
Damn.
Well, this is an ongoing operation, and our goals are very clear: to remove these existential threats from the civilian of Israel. And we're seeing this is a preview. This morning, we saw a preview of what could happen if we let Iran keep going this way. And their goal was to have thousands and thousands of these ballistic missiles on Israeli civilians, and on top of that, nuclear weapons.
Yeah, I would assume that Iran is trying to build a bunch of... I mean, they only say every single day, basically, that they want to destroy Israel, right? I mean, this is like... I feel like that's kind of... You know how, like, Trump runs on, like, immigration? I feel like that's kind of like their version of immigration. They're talking about that a lot.
Now, to the south of here is the town of Beersheba. In Beersheba is the Soroka Hospital. That hospital took a direct hit from an Iranian...
should we trust them, whether they were actually intentionally trying to hit a military building? I don't know whether you should or not. It's very hard to say. I mean, in general, I wouldn't trust them, but they haven't come out and... None of the other attacks that they've done, I don't remember them coming out and saying that they didn't mean to hit any civilian targets. So the fact that they said it with this one seems like, oh, maybe that's true, but I don't know. It's impossible. That's the thing with people that are liars, right? You never know when they're telling the truth. Does it really matter? Yeah, I think it absolutely matters. Absolutely, I think it does.
So, like, if you're a country and you're trying to bomb a hospital, that's very different than trying to bomb a military base near a hospital. Yeah, that's a completely different universe in my mind. Yeah, absolutely. Like, killing people as a goal versus killing people as collateral damage is what separates a war from terrorism. It's absolutely different. And by the way, it's different even here if you kill somebody in the U.S. It's the difference between murder and manslaughter. So, yes, absolutely it matters. It matters on every single logical and ethical apparatus that exists.
Missile
Intent
overnight.
always matters.
A
Yeah,
few
it always
reasons that the
matters.
casualties were minimized there.
So war is manslaughter? Yeah, I guess in that metaphor, yes. I know you're trying to oversimplify my words to make it sound like I'm making war sound like it's not a big deal. And you're trying to, like, reframe what I'm saying in a way that's disingenuous. I'm not afraid of some bad clip coming out of me saying something in the wrong way, because the only thing I'm going to do is farm a bunch of retards like you tomorrow on Twitter for a new video about it. Everybody knows that's not what I mean, and anybody who believes that it is are retards that are not really worth my attention. So go ahead.
The Soroka Hospital is within rocket range of the Gaza Strip. That means for more
exactly
than
what
a
I'm trying to
decade
say.
now, they have been fortifying and reinforcing that hospital to take rocket strikes
Being
that
disingenuous,
minimize the
dishonest,
damage.
yes.
And also, just by chance last night, the decision was made to draw down the patients and staff in the old surgical building that was hit. So again, casualties are minimal. Now, Israeli fighter jets were active in the skies over Iran overnight. They hit a weapons production facility, according to the IDF, in the area of Natanz. Also, an old reactor that was inactive, a heavy water reactor in the town of Arak, not to be confused with Iraq, the country, A-R-A-K. Griff, back to you.
Hey, Mike, just real quick. These are not considered dumb bombs. They're not these ballistic missiles that just go in the vicinity. They seem to have targets, which makes one believe...
Well, it looks like someone is starting to feel the pressure. Today we have an update on Hank, as well we have an update on the nuisance streamer Ice Poseidon. It looks like he's up to some really scummy business. And make sure to watch the video all the way till the end, because at the end of the video I do have a channel update. But first, let's talk about Hank. So if you've been watching the saga, you know that Hank has been suffering the consequences of his association with Johnny Somali recently. His gym membership was cancelled. And earlier this week, Legal Mindset dropped the bombshell that Johnny Somali was being investigated for a new crime. And that one was long overdue. Honestly, the creepy stuff that he has said to young people in South Korea is disgusting. And maybe that was just too much for Hank, because what he did is he started deleting every single video off his YouTube channel. If you go to his YouTube page, which is called Hank the Tank, and the URL is @HankULive, he has the 458 subscribers, but no more videos. They are all gone. It looks like he is completely trying to distance himself from Johnny Somali. But sorry to tell you, Hank, it is way too late for that. The thing with Hank is that he's been pretty pissed off with Johnny Somali for some time. Even when they were live streaming, the vibe was totally off. He wanted Johnny Somali to calm down and stop acting like such an obnoxious drunk, and Somali just couldn't help himself. Now eventually Hank convinced him to totally stop streaming, and now he's going a step further where they are both completely deleting their social media presence. Johnny Somali made his Twitter post private, he got a video taken down, and now Hank wiped his entire YouTube channel. But that doesn't erase their crimes. It just erases evidence that has already been forwarded to the prosecutors anyway. Now, regarding Trell, if you remember, I interviewed Trell last week, and he was supposed to get sentenced this week, where he is facing, I believe, up to life in prison, although it could be a very wide range. It could be 10 years, it could be 5 years. He's facing a lot of time for manufacturing narcotics. And he got really, really lucky because his sentencing got delayed to September. So he has a couple more months of freedom, but I wouldn't count on it too much because come September, he will have to face the music. Now, this is going to play an important role for the update that I have later on for you guys in the video, but I want to tell you guys about the 4 eras of Johnny Somali in South Korea. First, there was the crash out era. He acted like a total maniac, he committed all the crimes, the stunts with the statues, getting drunk, and so on. The second era was the apology tour, where he's basically doing a bunch of insincere apologies to try to fix his public image. The third era, which is what we're in right now, is the purging era, where he is trying to delete every single piece of evidence of him from the internet, and he is remaining extremely quiet and doesn't create any form of new content whatsoever and stays out of the media and out of the eye of the world. Now, the fourth era that is approaching extremely quick is the era of irrelevancy. Johnny Somali will be totally forgotten. No one will mention him besides when there's a legal update, which will only be every couple of months. And he will be totally forgotten and irrelevant. So if you ask yourself, what kind of content am I going to make on Johnny Somali when he's in the era of irrelevancy? I'll answer that later on in the video. But first, let's talk about Paul Danino, which is Ice Poseidon. He took a break after doing his 100 days of nuisance streaming, and now he's up to something extremely dirty. Take a look at this.
I understand that the activities are likely to include, but not limited to, the following: mental and emotional harassment, containment in prison-like conditions in small spaces, acknowledging that the activities are potentially dangerous activities and involve the risk of personal or psychological injury, pain, suffering, temporary or permanent disability, property damage, and or financial loss. Dude, what? We're not even bringing property inside.
Maybe like your socks or something.
All right. So, what you do to us, you're willing to permanently damage us?
No, but, you know, in case that were to happen, you're aware of it.
So let me break down what's happening here. Paul Danino, Ice Poseidon, is organizing some type of prison contest where the contestant will be put in some type of confinement and they will be mentally and possibly physically tortured by Paul Danino and his lackeys. Now, this contract is extremely scummy, especially when it comes to the prize money.
I understand that the host will select one winner of the activities in accordance with the rule that are communicated to the participants. The winner will receive a cash prize that is estimated to be... What do you mean estimated to be $50,000? How is it an estimate?
It's estimated.
Did you just sneak that word in there so you could tweak it if you need to?
It's estimated.
No, these are those Jewish tactics, bro. What do you mean estimated, bro?
Shuvi, listen.
Why is it estimated?
This is legal talk, okay?
Yeah, and you can legally say that it's not 50K.
If you win, you'll get 50K.
Why is it estimated at 50K and not
Because
50K?
my lawyer, his job is to make sure
that you have loopholes and escape routes at every corner.
To make sure that I can't get in any avenue. And if I decide to scam you guys, I could scam you, but I'm not going to. I could scam you, like you scammed me $600 for a flight when you drove here with Zena, you asshole.
So what he's doing right there is scamming with a little touch of gaslighting. In the contract, it says that the prize is estimated to be $50,000. That is not legally binding. They could estimate it to be $50,000 and it turns out to be $4. There's nothing wrong with that. It was just an estimation. And that's why he's trying to put these scummy little fine prints in there to scam his friends. At least they think they're his friends, but he's just using them for money. This guy Shuvi is a total dumbass. Without skipping towards the end of the video, do you think this kick streamer is going to sign this contract? Let me know in the comment section below and let's keep watching.
Like,
what?
The most obvious loophole to not pay and legally scam us ever.
Do you know what the word estimated even means?
It's estimated. It's a guess.
Okay.
It's an approximate.
If I were to give you 5K for winning, that is nowhere near an estimation of 50K. An estimation is what I think, and what everybody thinks the prize is going to be, which is what the prize is going to be. So if I give you 5K, you can argue, how is that an estimated 50K?
Okay. Well, still, I just don't see why you wouldn't make it 50,000.
It is 50,000.
It's estimated 50. What are you estimating? You know it's 50,000. Eddie's gonna give you 50 bands to send to someone.
Do you want me to look up the legal definition of estimation?
Sure.
In legal context, an estimation generally refers to the approximate calculation or judgment of the cost, rather than a precise or binding figure. It's a preliminary assessment used as a guide.
So it's a non-binding figure. It's a non-binding figure.
Yeah, but the argument that you could make is if I give you no money, or if I give you 5K, 10K, you could argue, how is that an estimation of 50K? Because as it says here, it's a preliminary assessment. You would argue, where did I get this assessment from?
Yes, preliminary. And then once you go through everything, you can say, oh, actually, we had to allocate some funds into this, so the estimated prize actually dwindled down to only 5K.
Yeah, but that's not going to work in my favor, because then the judge would be like, oh, so you made a competition advertising 50K before putting that 100% as, you know, in the budget beforehand.
So this shyster is talking about what the judge would say, but what he doesn't want Shuvi to understand is that it would cost tens of thousands of dollars to bring Ice Poseidon to court to even get in front of a judge. So obviously this little contract is a cop-out. It's a way to scam the participants without taking much responsibility. So let's just recap. Shuvi knows that he will get physically and mentally tortured, that he may die from this, and that even if he wins, he's not guaranteed to get $50,000. Let's find out if he signs it.
All right, you understand you could leave at any point.
Yeah, allegedly.
No, you just read it. You just signed it.
Yeah. What's the date?
The 18. 6/18. All right. Is that your signature? You don't have like a real signature?
That's my signature, bro.
Okay.
What do you mean? What do you mean a real signature?
Like, you know, cursive?
I don't know how to do that.
It's fine.
Look at the sneaky look on his face. He can't even believe that this guy's dumb enough to sign it, but yet he did. Anyways, I do want to give you guys a channel update. Like I said, Johnny Somali is entering the arc of irrelevancy, and there won't be much to talk about. So what kind of content am I supposed to make about Johnny Somali when there isn't? The answer is none. I don't want to become like those bullshit clickbait channel where every day there happens to be breaking news, but it's all old bullshit that happened years ago and it's repackaged to make it look as it's brand new. I don't want to be dishonest, and I don't want to treat you guys like that. You guys deserve better. So there probably won't be that many Johnny Somali videos coming up in the next couple months because he is trying to be forgotten. He's trying to stay extremely quiet. And if there's no news, there's no reason to make a video. So I'm going to go back to covering other topics like the TikTok pranksters, the nuisance streamers that aren't Johnny Somali. It might not get as much views, but at least it'll be authentic, fresh new topics to talk about. And I really hope that you guys continue to watch the channel, even though it's not Johnny Somali related. Thank you so much for watching. Let's get to 100,000 subscribers, and I'll see you guys on the next one.
Which makes one believe they were targeting a hospital.
They said they weren't, but yeah,
well,
I mean,
according to the
hospital.
Iranian news agencies, what they were targeting was an Israeli intelligence and military base that was very near the hospital. But yeah, when you say missile, that means something you can aim. A rocket is usually, a flying pipe bomb.
Right.
Got it.
Thank you so much.
I'm Steve Ducey.
I'm Brian.
Okay, yeah, there we go. All right, great. A flying pipe bomb.
Fox News alert, #1 story in the world right now. Israel releasing footage of an airstrike on an Iranian heavy water reactor in Arak, A-R-A-K. The latest attack on Iran's nuclear program, sending massive plumes of smoke into the air.
And smoke seen over southern Israel after Iran carried out a direct strike on a hospital. A series of strikes by Tehran, injuring at least 89 people in and around Tel Aviv.
So let's go right to Mike Tobin. He is live in Israel at the scene of one of those Iranian strikes. Mike?
Exactly, Ainsley. This is Ramat Gan, where the cleanup is underway right now.
So
Ramat Gan is on the east side of Tel Aviv. And as I step out of the shot, I can give you an idea of just how powerful the warhead was on that missile as it came through. The damage here stretches over several blocks. You've got a lot of apartment buildings, businesses, retail that are in here. The balconies are destroyed. Windows are broken out for blocks around the impact zone. And one of the things you might see, a lot of the trash is being pushed out of the high rise right now, so you might see some debris coming down. Also, Holon on the south side of Tel Aviv. That's an older residential area. That took a direct hit. And a hospital called Soroka in the southern part of Israel was hit. When you talk about the dozens of people who were injured, most of those injuries are light. And I spoke with a paramedic out here this morning that says the reason you don't have more serious injuries is simply because the Israeli people are listening to those sirens.
Yeah, they're hiding.
The population is highly committed to the security and safety here, and we can see that even from rockets like this one, very little or few casualties because people are turning to the shelters and staying safe when the alarm sounds.
Following the ballistic missile attack, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu took to X and posted, we, meaning Israel, will exact a price from the tyrants in Iran. What did he mean by that? Israeli fighter jets were active over Iran today.
So they just immediately bombed the ship.
Nuclear weapons development facility in the town of Natanz, but also hit an inactive heavy water reactor in the town of Arak. So still very active scene over Iran, and the Israelis say they have air superiority, so the Israeli fighter jets can pretty much...
Seems like that's true, by the way.
...pick off targets at will. Guys, back to you.
You know, Mike, we're just talking, what if people have a job? Like if Brian were doing radio, would you be able to do that in one of the bunkers? Because you're interrupted in the middle of your day, and right now it's constant.
Well, you often see guys who will pick up and move to the bunkers in the middle of a live broadcast, and you see that with the local television.
Yeah, I feel like there's kind of an understanding. It's like, oh, guys, I just got an alert that said I'm going to die if I don't go underneath the bunker. I'm going to have to go do that. And everybody's like, oh, okay. Yeah, I get it. That makes sense. Understandable.
As well. As far as people working here in this
I would believe that.
/ residential area, the one thing we see them bringing out, or two things we see them bringing out, is they're allowed one at a time back into their offices and apartment buildings, or their briefcases and the CPUs from their personal computers.
So life still goes on.
Mike, you were showing us in the building behind you and talking about specifically the warhead and the damage that it did. We've seen, as each day goes by, it seems like the Iranians have fired fewer missiles, but are they using stronger warheads? Is that sort of
I'm curious about that too.
Thing that's happening there?
Well, I think in this stage of the conflict, ever since Operation Rising Lion started, they went into their arsenal and they got things like their Fajr rockets, which are considerably more powerful than the Katyusha rockets that we saw come out of South Lebanon, and dramatically more powerful than the Qassam rockets, which are made in machine shops in the Gaza Strip.
All right. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate it.
I think it says everything about Israel and about Iran. Israel is fighting to remove the nuclear and missile threat aimed at our annihilation. We're targeting...
Yeah, I've repeated this multiple times, but I'll say it again. This is the one part of alignment that I think that we have with Israel, is that I think that it's in our best interest to get rid of Iran's nuclear capabilities. Outside of that, I see no business dealing with Iran. Like, I don't want to start a war with them. I don't want to bomb them. I don't want to... fucking give Israel bombs to bomb them. I don't want to I don't want to participate in regime change. I don't want to have anything to do with this shit other than just get rid of the nukes and then I'm done. That's it. I'm out. Yep, we did our part and then we are done. You fucking retard. Again, guys, there are people that are going to be disagreeers. If you want to have a disagreement, that's fine, but you have to bring up an argument. An insult or condescension will just immediately get you banned. An instant ban. I'm not even going to wait. I don't want to hear why. There's just no reason to do that. Yesterday, we were supporting bombing. I have never supported bombing Iran in general. I've never supported that. I've never said that. I have had the same viewpoint ever since the beginning, that the nuclear weapons are an existential threat and they need to be solved. Everything else besides that, I don't care about. That is between Israel and Iran. Only the nuclear facilities. That's it. They don't have nukes. If they did, Israel wouldn't have attacked. This conflict is very scary to me. It's very scary because the types of arguments and the things that people say are so stupid that it really makes me worry. It does. I'm really worried. I didn't realize people were I thought people were stupid. But this is a whole different level. Oh my God. Half the people here are stupider than the average person. No, everybody in my chat is smart, and the people that are disagreeing are random chatters from other places. None of my viewers are stupid. All my viewers are smart. Everybody else's viewers are stupid, except for mine.
Military sites.
And also viewers of friends of mine, too. They're also smart.
We're targeting nuclear sites. We're targeting missile sites. They're targeting a hospital. In this hospital, there are patients who are immobile. They can't even move.
I mean, Hamas said the same thing about Israel whenever Israel was bombing Palestine. And then, you know, Israel was like, yeah, but they have stuff in the hospital or near the hospital. And so it just happened. Like, I don't think there's really, I don't really think that they have like the moral high ground with this. I think the number of hospitals that Israel has bombed, correct me if I'm wrong, is 36. That's the number, right? 36?
Right next to it is a children's ward, a baby's ward, infants. They target it.
It's a lot.
Fox News alert now. There you saw it moments ago. The Prime Minister Netanyahu visiting the site of a bombed-out hospital, warning Iran's supreme leader, you cannot continue to exist. Wow. After overnight missile strikes killed innocent civilians and those wounded, or over 80. Our next guest knows all about the Mideast war and terror. Retired U.S. Army Lieutenant Colonel Ken Tobo joins us. He led 6 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan and joins us now. Your reaction to what the Prime Minister just said, Ken, about, you know what, this guy can't continue to exist.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good example of the fact that the Iranians use basically indiscriminate weapons, both missiles, terrorism, and other effects that are.
Yeah, Iranians are fucking terrorists. I mean, the government is fucking, they're funding terrorists. I mean, like, it's a terrorist government. I mean, like, what the fuck do you say?
Indiscriminate weapons, both missiles, terrorism, and other effects that are generally directed against civilian populations and frankly, targets that Western militaries would not target. And I think what you see with the Israeli approach is a very precise campaign and to try and limit collateral damage, but to have effect on the nuclear program.
So, General, when people say, this is not our fight, America doesn't have a fight with Iran, this is Israel's problem. Do you feel differently?
That's the way I feel.
Yeah, I'm from that generation that has watched Iranians fight against U.S. and U.S. interests really since 1979 when they took our embassy. They've bombed embassies, Khobar towers, through Lebanese Hezbollah, one of their terrorist groups that they sponsor and fund. They've executed attacks on Americans really worldwide. And of course, during the Iraq War, they were a significant threat to us on the ground, and through their explosively formed penetrators that they were providing to the Shia militias, were killing Americans in large numbers.
Shouldn't have been there. In my opinion, shouldn't have been there in the first place. Yeah, shouldn't have been there. Like, again, the only issue that I have is the nukes. Yep, we never needed to be there. I mean, what is this? I mean, basically, like, and by the way, Iran government is bad. Like, they're bad. Like, if I could push a button and it would replace them with a better government, I think everybody would push that button, right? And they're crazy. They do support terrorists. That's true. But, like, does this warrant us going over there and, you know, like, spending lives and trillions of dollars? I don't think so. I just don't think so.
You said, you know, we dropped the bunker busters. He'll do the job in Fordo. Yeah. The reaction.
Let the people revolt
if
instead.
You were on the ground in Iraq, in Syria, in Bahrain, our base in Bahrain, or Qatar, where do you think we'd be most vulnerable if they wanted to react? Should it be clear?
Don't you think you'd say that to families of fallen soldiers, though? Whether or not we should have been there doesn't really matter if U.S. citizens get murdered? Okay, so then why would you? Absolutely, you have to. Like, you're making an emotional appeal. Wow, well, you wouldn't say that to somebody who had a dead kid. There's a reason why people who are victims of crimes don't get to sit on the jury. It's because they're not making an active decision. Or they're not making an unbiased decision. Yes, obviously they're going to feel differently because they were personally affected by it. But that doesn't mean you shouldn't make a decision that way. That's not on Zach. That's on the government. Yeah, exactly. Like, you can't let emotions make decisions for you. If you do, you're going to make bad decisions. The second we start bombing Iran, they're going to attack our bases. There's no we'll only go this far option in the conflict. We've already evacuated the bases. We already evacuated a tremendous amount of the bases and the embassies and all that.
That we dropped the bunker busters on Fordo.
Mm-hmm. I am quite sure that our military commanders globally are on alert and preparing the capability to defend our troops. I think when you look at the Middle East, the Iranian capability is largely ballistic missiles, short, medium, and long range. And so I am sure that all those bases are worried about their air defenses and paying close attention to the news.
It's amazing. Their axis of resistance has been very quiet because they know the people that have been supplying them are getting their head kicked in. This is a big day, the 73rd anniversary, the birthday of the Green Beret. What is the Green Beret? People like you, how have you contributed to our armed forces?
I thought they had that for way longer.
The Green Berets, the U.S. Army Special Forces, are really a unique portion of our military capability, really the only organization in the U.S. military that's solely focused on working with indigenous partners such as resistance elements and other partners, primarily to overthrow occupying powers or enemy adversary regimes. So kind of think
Rambo?
World War II, think folks parachuting into France to help the French resistance overthrow the Nazi regime. And that is the prime focus of Green Berets. Obviously, we do other things when called to, like help governments fight their own internal stability problems. But that was the reason for the creation of the Green Berets in 1952.
Now needed more than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. When you look at the world situation, we're in a competition with adversaries, China, Russia, North Korea, Iran, and a lot of that competition is what we call the gray zone. It's below the threshold of conventional war. It's about creating influence with partners, foreign partners and allies.
You better watch, General. If you stay in such great shape, they're going to bring you right back in. Lieutenant General Ken Tovo, happy birthday to you, Green Beret. Thanks for all you do, and thanks for your expertise here.
And I just close if I could. Green Berets are an important part of national capability, and Green Beret Foundation exists to support our Green Berets.
And so go to the foundation to support
GreenBeretFoundation.org.
So, especially on the birthday. General, thanks so much.
Thanks.
I'm Steve Doocy.
He does look kind of like Tony Hawk. You're right about that. Genuine question. There might be a chance that Iran doesn't actually have the nukes, and this is similar to Iraq. Do I think that they don't have the nukes? I think that Iran is trying to develop nuclear weapons. I do. I think that they are trying to develop them. Now, there is a possibility that maybe they haven't developed them yet. But if you ask me the question, do I think they are trying to develop them and they are actively trying to develop them? The answer to that, in my mind, is absolutely they are. And so you're kind of asking two different things. Do they have a nuke at this exact second? Maybe, maybe not. Probably not. I wouldn't bet on them having it. But there's also a high probability that they're trying to make one. And so that's at least where that's where I'm coming from. That's what I think. And so, yeah, of course they are. They lie about everything. Yeah, of course. Hassan said they should. I mean, if you were Iran and you were a psycho, fucking religious zealot, people don't die, they become martyrs, like totalitarian government, wouldn't you want to build a nuclear weapon? Because if I was them, I would too. Sure. I can easily see why they'd do it. And absolutely, it doesn't mean that's like, I mean, just because I say that doesn't mean I think it's a good idea. But of course I can understand why it's happening. Duh, of course. Absolutely. So yeah, and nukes have protected North Korea for 70 years. Being a martyr means you died, though. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the problem. And so it's that simple. Yet they have signed NPT and they have IAEA inspections. Netanyahu said for 30 years they're weeks away from nukes. It's all fear-mongering Zionist lies. Again, that's already been debunked multiple times, and it's already been addressed multiple times. You can just go back into VOD for the last hour that this was also brought up by another moron, and you'll hear the answer to that. Just know that it's a dumb argument. It's a stupid argument. It doesn't make sense. Zionist lies. Yeah, it's crazy, and it's just a retard argument. It's not worth taking seriously. As I'm promoting the Israel agenda? No, it's not the Israel agenda. It's the American agenda. I know this might sound crazy, but just because in one circumstance, because your interests align with Israel, that does not mean that you are a puppet for Israel. It's a stupid binary way of thinking that doesn't help anybody. So yeah.
So, of course, they're spelled NOAH and then NOAA, National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
Okay.
So, yeah, NOAA makes those. So, just to remind people
How much money?
So, of your tax dollar,
right,
it is 0.4 of 1 cent.
So it's not even a full penny.
Yeah, so you can say, I want to save money there.
Right.
But then what total impact is that going to have given all the rest of the spending that's going on?
Right. It's not a very efficient means of cost cutting.
Yeah, so if you have a Department of Efficiency, it could be more efficient about where it's being efficient.
Right. I think we need to be efficient with the Department of Efficiency.
Exactly.
Right.
Okay.
All right.
Next one.
Here we go. Let's move on to Maurice van der Linden. This is Maurice van der Linden. He says, hey, Neil, hey, Chuck, I've been wondering about something Jana Levin said once in your episodes, that it might be possible that if you look far enough into the cosmos, your line of sight can loop around and the universe can end up at your position just along the timeline. Doesn't this imply that, if true, the universe is a perfect 4D sphere? You would see your past location, in your case, a young solar system, from every angle, so it would appear smeared out across the cosmic horizon. Love the show. Kind regards, Maurice from Haarlem in the Netherlands.
Oh, Harlem.
Yes.
Yes, Harlem. It's where we got our name, Harlem.
Harlem, here in New York.
Yeah, back when the Dutch were running.
Yeah. They owned it all.
They owned it all.
Yeah.
They put in all the canals because we have Canal Street.
Yes.
You know, and that's what they do.
Absolutely.
Even back then.
Nothing but canals.
So I don't know if I can answer it in the precision that
he's
sought
talking
here.
about, right.
But I can tell you that we do live in an open universe, which means we're expanding out forever.
Right.
So there is no sight line that will come back to where we are.
Right.
It goes out.
Because the sight line is continually moving.
Correct. And out away from us.
And out away
All
from us, so there's no way that you could
Right.
loop back because
Okay,
it's
so
always going.
in a closed universe, the universe will recollapse so that a sight line, in principle, will ultimately come back. And the way to think about that is just the surface of a sphere.
Right.
We'll call it a balloon, a perfect spherical balloon. We're all crawling around on the surface of that balloon, and if you send out a beam of light, it will go away from you, but then come back and hit you in the back of the head.
Right.
Right. But that would be later.
Right.
Okay. And as the balloon begins to shrink back, because it's, well, wouldn't have to shrink. It just has to be closed. But if it's closed, it will shrink.
Don't look at me. I'm not the astrophysicist.
So, the cosmic microwave background.
Right.
We have done some experiments to test for this.
Oh.
So, the microwave background is in every direction.
Right.
So, if you look this way and you get an exact, so I know exactly the patterning that's happening there.
Mm-hmm.
And then you just look that way.
Turn around. Right.
Is that exact pattern?
Same pattern.
Because if that's the thing, then that means they are the same place.
Right.
That means that was a line that went around and met on the other side.
Right.
Okay? We haven't found that.
We haven't?
No.
Oh.
But we've looked.
We've
That's
looked.
my point.
Gotcha.
We've looked very carefully for statistically significant repeated patterns all throughout the cosmic microwave.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the best I can answer that.
No, that's a great
But
answer.
Jana might have come in with some more teeth in that answer.
Well, leave it to Jana.
Yeah.
You know,
Mhm.
she's always a mind blower. That's very cool.
Mhm.
All right, this is Igor Vihanek.
Igor, this is not Young Frankenstein.
Okay, Igor.
I think in Young Frankenstein, he's Igor.
He's Igor. But he's also Marty Feldman, who has big, giant bug eyes. So I think they were. Anyway, he says, hello, gentlemen.
And is he Dr. Frankenstein?
Right. Dr. Frankenstein.
But I thought IE is an E and EI is an I. Yeah, Einstein.
Oh, Einstein,
EI, and
right.
IE is an E.
I don't.
You didn't know that? You never heard that?
Listen, I can barely get I before E except after C.
And except in Neil.
Right.
And except in science. And except in Keith. Yeah, so I think they got rid of that rule.
And I spell all those words wrong.
I think they got.
I'm not even lying.
They got. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm an exception to that rule, and so is a whole lot of boatload of other words.
All right, here we go. He says, "Hey, gentlemen, my name is Igor from Zagreb, Croatia. I'm a first-time caller.
Yeah, I like what he did there. That's good.
Excellent. He says, I've always wondered if there are higher dimensions. Could the expansion of the universe be caused by space-time falling into another dimension? Like if our 3D space was a waterfall falling into a higher dimension and we simply perceive it as expanding in all directions. What would it mean for dark energy? Thank you.
Man.
Interesting.
Damn.
First of all, let me just tell you, Igor, I do not know what kind of weed you are smoking in Croatia.
Stop.
But that is, please.
Send some here.
Yes, send us some of that Croatian weed over here. Go ahead. What a weird concept of our space-time.
So here's the thing.
Falling into another dimension.
Right. There's no evidence that one dimension is susceptible to another dimension in that way.
Correct.
So, for example, let's take the surface of a table.
Right.
How many dimensions is that?
That's 2.
2. It just has a length and a width.
Right.
No depth.
No depth.
And then I have another surface of a table. So I can make that table infinite, right?
Correct.
Now I can have another table that's separated from it that's also infinite.
And they're just running parallel.
They're just running parallel, and they're not, there's no one.
Yeah, there's no interaction.
And it's in a third dimension,
Correct.
and there's no, I can embed a 2-dimensional surface in 3 dimensions, and it'll just sit there as 2 dimensions.
As 2 dimensions.
It's
inside of a 3-dimensional.
Inside of a 3-dimensional
medium.
It's not calling to you.
Right.
Okay. But here is something that's related.
Okay.
Again, it's not exactly answering the question, but it addresses the question.
All right, that's good.
All right. In our world, we have quantum physics where a lot of mysterious things happen. It's not mathematically mysterious, it's just intellectually mysterious.
Mm-hmm.
Particles pop in and out of existence.
Right.
Matter and energy are equivalent.
Particles behave in the same way over large
They're
periods.
entangled.
Yeah.
There's weirdness that's going on. We can describe it mathematically, though. Is that weirdness completely normal in a higher dimension? Let's just ask for that. So what would be an example? Let's go back to our 2D world, okay? And we're there, we're walking around, or slithering around, however 2D people get around.
We're line drawing.
Yeah, we are only our perimeters to each other.
Yeah.
Right. Suppose we're looking around and we see a dot.
Right.
It just came out of nowhere.
Yes.
It's like particles popping into existence. It's a dot. Where'd that come from? I don't know.
Right.
And then we keep watching. We study it. We're scientists. We study it. And the dot becomes a circle. And the circle grows. And we say, and we're studying it. We're making measurements. Then it grows to like a maximum point, and then it starts shrinking back. And it gets smaller and smaller. Then it's a dot. Then it disappears.
Wow.
We be coming up with all kinds of theories, right?
Aliens.
Aliens.
Because we live in rural America, where the rural part of the paper.
City people. Rural.
We're in the rural part of the paper.
Of the 2-dimensional.
Where the 2-dimensional, where the dot. Tell you, I was out in the middle of the night. Dot showed up, got bigger and bigger. Okay, go ahead.
So we can't explain that.
Right.
We don't understand it.
Right.
And is it like studying the elephant, but you don't see the whole elephant?
Yeah, okay.
You get 7 different descriptions: the trunk, the tusk,
right,
the
tail,
leg, the toenails,
right,
the tail,
right,
the side. Mm-hmm. None of those comport until you take a step back and say, you're all describing the same creature. Okay? And that's the full understanding that no one gets at first. Do you know what I just described?
A hole?
No. I described a sphere
passing through the paper.
The paper.
Because at one point it's just a dot, because it's a single point of the sphere that's touching the 2-dimensional plane.
Exactly.
But as you continue to move the sphere through, then what you have is more points in the 360-degree sphere that keep fanning out, but only in 2 dimensions, so they make a hole that keeps getting bigger.
They make
and bigger,
circle.
A circle, and then...
And how big does the circle get?
Whatever the size of the diameter.
of
and
the
then
sphere.
you come back, and then you down 1 point
and
again.
Here we are mysteriously inventing forces and phenomenon, and it's just a normal...
Wow.
It's just a normal sphere.
Wow.
In the higher dimension of this example, which is 3 dimensions.
But to us...
To 2-dimensional
people. In rural paper stand.
Paper stand.
In rural paper stand. That was a serious phenomenon.
It was a serious phenomenon. And they're reporting that to the government.
Right.
And people are trying to capture the next one.
Oh, wow. That's great.
So if higher dimensions pass through or otherwise interact, it can be very mysterious.
It could be right. Wow. Dude, what a great question.
So he was trying to account for the dark energy. I don't know what could be happening in a higher dimension to manifest in our dimensionality as dark energy.
Right.
That could be a thing.
Right, it could be. Yeah. All right, this is Nat Woods who says, "G'day, Professor Tyson and Lord Nice. Adelaide here from Australia." That was the best I could do, guys.
That's pretty good.
I tried.
That's good.
Right?
Not as good as your French accent.
No, but I tried.
Okay. Or your gumbo accent. But.
Yeah. He said, "I was wondering if we can't ever truly touch anything, could the space between particles be dark matter pulling the particles together or dark energy repulsing the particles?" Well, there's another thing pulls particles. But anyway, I enjoy every podcast.
Don't editorialize on the man's question.
I was
He's
thinking out loud.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Nat. I enjoy every podcast, and I remain inspired by you guys every day. Please keep up the good work. Anyway.
Excellent.
Go
Okay.
ahead. You answer.
Are you choosing those because people say nice things about you in each one?
I have no idea. Well, I've never seen
Okay.
I should not say that. No, I would never do that.
He's paid to read them in advance.
No,
let the record
exactly.
show. Okay, so,
Go ahead.
So I forgot the question.
So he's basically saying, like, if we can never touch anything, truly, then could it be dark matter in between the touching that's pushing or pulling?
All right. So it turns out dark matter does not interact with itself as potently as regular matter does.
Interesting.
Okay. So when regular matter gets together,
right,
its molecules grab on.
Yeah.
It makes solid
All
objects,
kinds of things.
like liquid, gas. It'll make So we have regular matter planets.
Right.
We have rocks because that's what regular matter does, using the electromagnetic force. In case you were wondering. All right. Dark matter, what we call dark matter, which is really dark gravity, does not respond to the electromagnetic force.
At all.
At all.
Doesn't interact.
Doesn't interact.
Okay.
So it doesn't interact with us that way.
Okay.
Nor does it interact with itself that way. It does interact gravitationally, though. So you can have pockets of dark matter out there, but nowhere is it so dense that you have solid objects.
Wow.
As far as we can tell, there's no solid dark matter out there.
Okay.
By the way, if it did exist, it would just pass through you because it doesn't interact.
Well, it doesn't interact anyway.
With any force that's holding you together,
right.
It's got another instruction set.
Let it slip right through my hands.
So particles, we already have accounted for their behavior with the forces that are known.
Right.
There's nothing mysterious there. Now, he might have known that we don't actually touch things because there was an episode of Cosmos where we did that. Where as you bring two things together, you feel like you're touching, but what's happening is the electromagnetic forces are repelling each other, and you're responding to the forces thinking that it's a solid thing, but it's not.
And that is why you have 4-year-olds all over the world in the back of cars going, "I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you."
Okay.
"I'm not touching you." All right, here we go.
Next up.
This is Stetson, and Stetson says, "Hello,
Stetson there's like Madonna. This is just Stetson.
That's all he
Cher.
is. He's
Stetson.
He's
Fine.
just Stetson. He says, "Hello, Dr. Tyson and Lord Nice. Stetson here from the U.S., but currently living in Japan." Well, yes, konnichiwa. He says, "The study of planets, including ours, is quite fascinating. The internal structure of our planet is generally agreed upon, but how would we be able to understand the internal structure of other planets, even those nearby?"
Great question. Great question. So we make educated guesses and then we test the guess.
Ooh, we making this up.
No, that's not what I said.
We just making it up as we go along. Oh my God.
That is
breaking news. Breaking news.
All right, let's take.
Go ahead.
Let's take Mercury.
Okay, Mercury,
for example. Okay. Mercury is tiny.
Right. Very small.
Small.
And
okay.
Closest to the sun, right?
Oh yeah, it's the closest planet.
Closest. Okay.
In fact, our moon might even be bigger than Mercury.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
I have to check that, but it's
small.
It's small.
Okay.
Okay. but it's a full-up legit planet.
Okay.
Well, what's going on? Well, we can measure its mass. Its mass is way higher than it could possibly be if Mercury was composed only of rock, like the moon. The moon is made of rock through and through. Mercury, it has much more mass. So we go to the periodic table of elements and we say, here's the birth ingredients of the solar system.
Wow.
We know that because that's what the sun is made of. That's what Jupiter's. Jupiter didn't give up any mass that it was born with. So you look at the composition on Jupiter, it matches that of the sun. Okay. Anybody else who's different, you've been horse trading your ingredients along the way. All right. So
Jupiter was trying to be the sun.
It's true. Yeah.
That's what Jupiter was trying. Jupiter was just like, I'm going to get one day.
In fact, Jupiter is the only planet that radiates more energy than it receives from the sun.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's how wannabe it was.
That's how wannabe sun it was.
Yeah, it still does. It's still radiating. All right.
That's a great factoid. Go ahead.
So I go to the periodic table and I say, of all these elements, some are very rare, some are basically not really in the solar system, so I'm going to ignore those, and which are common. And so nickel, iron, these are pretty common in the universe. So maybe I get the mass of Mercury fitting into that volume by throwing in something heavier than rock. Because we know it's rock on the surface because we see the cratering. It looks just like the surface of the moon. Okay?
Right.
So, but deep inside, what could be there? Now, we know when it formed, heavy stuff goes to the middle because it's a fluid thing. It's molten.
Right.
If you're molten and you're heavy, you're going to sink.
Right.
You're going to sink. Okay. So we ask ourselves, how much iron has to be there to give us that
kind of mass?
to get that mass at that size, which is basically the density.
Right.
So the average density, we construct the average density of the object pulling from the periodic table of elements we know are in the universe. So we find out it has a huge core of iron.
That's dope.
It's dope.
That is dope. Okay. God damn it. That is science right there, buddy.
Oh, it works the other way too.
Really?
We've discovered asteroids, okay? And we know they're rocky, but we look at the density and it's like, these are way less dense than rock.
Rock, right.
Less dense.
Right.
What's going on?
Oh, that's so cool.
What's going on? Because you see the volume of it, and it's a fuzzy image. You know, we're not looking, these are not missions that go there.
It's not like we got binoculars.
Right.
Harold, look at this asteroid.
Where'd you get Harold from?
I don't know. Anyway, go ahead.
I know Harold and the purple crayon. Because Harold went into the sky with his purple crayon.
There you go.
So, I liked Harold.
It's a
when I was a kid.
yeah, everybody does.
So, how do you have rock that has less mass than rock?
It ain't rock.
What? Well, it's got to be made out of stuff that we know about.
Right.
So that was the first idea that maybe some asteroids are piles of rubble.
Nice.
So that
they're coalesced, but they're not stuck together.
They're not stuck together.
Wow.
So when we look at the total mass and the total size, the volume, some of that volume is taken up by nothing.
Right.
Confounding our deduction for what its density is.
Like a floating ball of pebbles.
Pebbles.
There'd be
right.
so much space in between each pebble that floating ball would never have the density of a rock.
Overall density is lower than rock. So that matters because we want to deflect an asteroid. You can't just go up to it and push on it if it's a rubble pile. Because
now you got a bunch of little rocks coming your way. Because Bruce Willis, you messed up bad.
So you get to push off a chunk of it, and the rest it's not attached.
Exactly.
If it's not attached, you didn't have any effect on it.
Right.
So these density estimates are a major part of what folks in the solar system do.
Super cool, man.
So Mercury's small. It's the smallest planet.
Right.
A title formerly held by
Pluto. Poor Pluto.
Why do you got to sigh like that?
You know.
You in my office, there's no sympathy for Pluto in my office.
I know, but you're like Kendrick and Drake. I mean, you won. You won. Why you got to beat the guy up?
Okay.
But go ahead.
Okay, so Mercury and the moon are about the same size. Mercury might be a little bigger. However, Mercury has 4 times the mass of our moon.
Wow.
Same size, 4 times the mass.
4 times the mass.
And we know it's rocky on the surface because they both have equal-looking features on the surface. So what's going on?
Right.
We know the moon has hardly any iron.
Right.
Because it was side-swiped off of Earth's crust from the...
It's crusty, baby.
It's crusty.
That's the moon. The moon is crusty.
So we think iron rests deeply and largely within the center of Mercury, boosting its total mass relative to other normal objects. So that's how we roll when we make the calculations.
Very cool. All right, let's
got time for a few more, I think.
Yeah, we got some time. Let's rock and roll here. This is Wesley.
We're getting through these quick.
We are getting through.
We are actually getting this.
So
this is like the most we've done.
And I hope people are recognizing that we're getting to you as quickly as we can. Hello, Dr. Tyson, Lord Nice. I'm Wes from Davenport, Iowa, and I, for one, want to say I appreciate your programming and expertise. It requires more than you know. No, it requires exactly what we know. We're doing it. Anyway.
It's an expression, more than you know.
It really is an expression. I know, and we appreciate it. My question
is... By the way, Iowa, I used to wrestle.
Go ahead.
Iowa knows wrestlers. Okay?
Iowa?
Iowa.
Yeah, that's because, when you grow up wrestling cows.
Is that what that is?
Yeah, getting in
is
the
that
ring.
Why they kick my ass every time?
Getting in a circle don't mean nothing. I was,
They're hauling calves.
Yeah, you hauling calves.
Ball, where did I put the calf?
Exactly.
Put it over there.
Where do I put this? In that chute over there, dummy. Yeah. Anyway.
Iowa wrestling, long tradition, long proud tradition
of wrestlers.
Of Iowa, yeah,
very cool. Yeah. He says, my question is regarding black holes and what happens when they collide. With recent theory enhancements from great minds, is there now mathematical equations that work to model this expected action and reaction? Can we mathematically reproduce the collision of black holes with absolute consistency?
Yes, and because we have the mathematics of it, it's the math that predicted the black hole to begin with.
Right.
So we already had the math.
Yeah.
It's not like here's this object, oh my gosh, how do I describe it? Einstein's general theory of relativity predicted black holes, even though he was anti-black hole. Did you know this?
Yeah, well, he was a racist. They all were back then.
No, he actually wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
No, if you read his Ideas and Opinions, it's a book.
Right. It was Hubble who was the racist.
Yeah, Hubble had issues.
Yeah, he had some issues.
Hubble had issues. When Marian Anderson, after she was denied singing opportunity, she's an opera singer in Constitution Hall, Washington, D.C. Because that was run by the Daughters of the Confederacy. Okay. Right. That's when Roosevelt said, you can sing on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial.
Wow.
Okay. Einstein is active around then. This is like the 1930s. And I think it was the 30s. But Roosevelt was president regardless.
Okay.
So it would have been the 30s. We weren't at war yet. And she visited Princeton and visited Einstein on the Princeton campus.
Wow.
Yeah, he was receiving of people who were otherwise well-known but had issues with dealing with, societal issues. Yeah, so he was a very forward-thinking person.
Very cool. Well, I mean, it's great to see that, being how he was so brilliant.
Yeah, but also, I mean, as a Jew escaping the rise of Nazi Germany.
He had some motivation.
Yeah, he had, and some empathetic
behaviors, because, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he predicted gravity waves. I mean, gravitational waves, which means that the math was already there.
Math was already there, right. And so math was in place, and then we say that must be, but he did not believe that matter would be so, he didn't think the universe would be that mean to matter.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. The matter is closing in on itself.
Right.
And it collapses with nothing to stop it.
Exactly.
Down to a singularity.
Yes. It doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make any sense. So he
all.
said it must be. It can't be.
Right. It can't be.
And then we have been up there and finding black holes.
Look at that.
We got them.
That's so crazy.
So yes, it can be completely described. And what's interesting about it is the two black holes enter each other's event horizon. That's where it gets fun.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What if there isn't a dominant black hole? What if they are both mirror identities? What happens then?
Oh, you're imagining in most scenarios, one black hole is like dominant.
Yeah, one black hole is just like, you in my part of space now.
And I'm hungry.
Right. So I got news for you. We're going to be one black hole, but it's going to be me.
Did you one time imitate a black hole eating a... No, you had some voice. What was that?
No, what did I do?
It was something.
Oh, no, because I was sad. Black holes are just like, hey, hey, hey.
That is exactly what they would sound like.
Oh, my goodness.
If they spoke English and if sound could move through space, that's what they'd be saying.
Another black hole, a tasty snack. Okay.
So
yeah, but that's
okay, the point
my
is,
concept is that one of them would be dominant always.
But the math doesn't.
It doesn't care.
Math
Okay.
doesn't. What is bigger, smaller, equal?
Doesn't make a difference.
Here's the thing: when they merge, you have a new black hole,
right?
That is exactly the mass of the two of them summed together.
Oh, and that's all that counts.
That's all that counts. And then you have a bigger black hole. There you go.
You think we're new, but we're not new. This is Jarek Higbee, who says, greeting Dr. Tyson and Lord Chucky Baby. This is Jarek Higbee from Alamo, Nevada. Is the north and south sides of a magnet actually different in any way outside of the attraction and repelling effects? How would you determine which side of a magnet is which? Interesting.
Okay.
So you don't have anything to go on because you can't turn them and attract or turn them and repel. You have to determine which one is north and which one is south.
It is completely arbitrary.
Really?
Yes.
Do tell.
Okay. I will. What I mean by arbitrary, it's that we all decide what to agree on, and then that's the answer. It's not a fundamental thing in the universe that tells this is north. That's
right. I got you.
There's no whispering secret force operating on this. So, by definition, now think this. Remember, like poles will do what?
They repel.
Repel, and opposite poles attract.
Okay.
Okay. So, by definition, if you have, let's say, a bar magnet, because it'll work better.
It's easier.
And you hold it with a string in the middle, and it'll turn. The part that points north on Earth is the north pole of the magnet.
And that's it.
You just have to do that once, and that'll set all the other magnets straight.
And every other magnet is just like, that's it.
That's it.
It's been decided, guys.
That's right.
There's no need to make a choice.
It's been decided
It's been decided for
by
us.
that one. Okay, so now what that means is if the north pole of your magnet is pointing to the north pole of the Earth, where is the Earth's south magnetic pole?
Wait a minute. The north pole of the magnet is pointed towards the north pole of the Earth.
What attracted it?
The south magnetic.
Yes!
Oh,
I gotta go!
No, come back, Chuck. I need you. That's towards the north pole.
The Earth's south magnetic pole.
Wait a minute. The north pole of the magnet is pointed towards the north pole of the Earth.
What attracted it?
The south magnetic.
Yes! Oh, snap! I gotta go!
No, come back, Chuck. I need you.
That's insane! The North Pole is the South Pole!
Yes!
On
Earth?
God.
That is effing ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
You didn't know that?
No, man. That's crazy.
Have you thought about that?
No.
How do we call it at our North Pole, and North magnets point to it. Now you point a North Pole to a North Pole, and it repels.
Exactly.
Something's going on there.
Wow. That's crazy.
Yes, Earth's south magnetic pole is in our
the North Pole.
Yes.
That's